Well, welcome, guys.
Thank you.
What do you want to talk about today?
What's bothering you?
Remember last, was it a fortnight ago now? We talked to Sage, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The spirit, and remember there was another spirit who was
Yeah.
Sonya, that's
Yeah, all
right.
the kids, yeah.
Sonya, yeah, who wanted to have a chat with us as well at some point. Yep.
We thought we'd just follow the same format though, you know, if there's things that are troubling you in your progression or things you want to ask about, we'll have a bit of time for that first and then we'll talk to Sonya and then if you want to have, we'll see how the time is then.
Yeah. But there is one subject that I would like to probably talk about, because it's something that I notice a lot of you are struggling with, so, and maybe the board might be a good way to discuss it, so.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So I would just like to talk to you about making the switch between dealing with everything sort of on an intellectual level to dealing with everything on an emotional level. So perhaps we should call it how I'm designed. Should we call it that? The big problem I feel a lot of people have is that we sort of lose, in childhood, due to all sorts of circumstances and conditions, we lose connection with how we're designed to function, how God designed us to function. And what we do is we start absorbing how people think we should function. So that happens during our childhood. So during our childhood, right from the beginning, you're an emotional being who's learning to use the intellect over time. But right from the beginning, you're emotional. You don't understand your emotions and you don't have much consciousness of what they're about. You just have them. And there's no other thing you do but have them. So this is why a little baby, when it's born, frequently cries quite a lot because it's just having its feelings. And there's a build-up of feelings already that it's absorbed from its parents that it needs to have. And it just has them without any worry about them or without any concern that it's not coping or anything like that. It just has them. It doesn't judge any emotional experience. That's how you're designed to function. Then as time goes on, you have a habit of then incorporating the intellect, and then you notice also how much everybody around you responds badly to your emotions. And so what you do then is you start shutting down your emotional experience, so you stop having them. But the trouble with that is that you are working against your design. So right from that time onwards, you're working against the way you've been designed. And you can work against the way you've been designed for such a long time that by the time you're an adult, you have worked against it so much that you've forgotten how to remain connected to your emotions and have your emotional experience as it occurs. So what we're fundamentally doing is trying to change our design. Right? And this is why most of us have a lot of trouble with our feelings. It's because we've tried to change our design and we're very dedicated to changing our design. We're very dedicated to what we feel is improving our design by being more emotionally stable, is what we call it. The problem with this is that every bit of truth you will ever absorb has to come to you emotionally. You can't absorb it intellectually. You can be presented with facts, but they're not going to enter your soul unless they become a part of your emotional state. So fundamentally, from God's standpoint, you are working not only against your design, but you're also working against knowledge. And this is why there's very little knowledge amongst adults on earth today about any matter at all. Very, very little truth about any matter. Because most of the things a person absorbs through their lifetime, they're not looking at it as a perspective of truth, they're looking at it from a perspective of what they believe is factual for their life, which is all governed by the emotions they're trying to save themselves from having. Does that make sense to you? Yeah. So once you start saving yourself from having your feelings, you now are going to close yourself down from absorbing truths. And so the situation of absorbing truth now becomes very complicated for you. And what happens over time is you become so intellectually dominant, but also so corrupted in your emotions that you think what your emotions are telling you, you're thinking you're not having emotion. But actually, there's all these emotions going on underneath that are controlling what you're able to absorb. And those emotions usually are injured emotions. So they're every time we have a discrepancy with God's version of love, in other words, a disagreement with God about what love is, we create emotions that we then store that we also don't want to experience. And so we end up in this state where the only things that we can absorb that we are all the things that we believe are factual, not what is actually factual from God's perspective. Right? So an example of that is, from God's perspective, the spirit world is a fact. For most people on earth, up until the point they die, it's not a fact. It's only after they pass that it becomes a fact. But it could be considered to be a fact way before then, but because of the emotions that a person doesn't want to experience, they don't ever let it become a fact. Right? So that's an example of how we're denying a whole heap of facts. Like, every one of you is surrounded by spirits every day, all day, awake or asleep. Right? So when you're asleep, you're with spirits, and when you're awake here on earth, you're surrounded by them every day. The average person has no consciousness of that fact. And the main reason why they don't is because there's a whole heap of emotions they don't want to feel that would cause them to come to the conclusion of that fact, even though there's plenty of evidence that that is true. The same applies to God's existence. God's existence is a fact. But for most people on earth, it's not a fact. In fact, most people have heard, and even people who are religious who have heard about God, generally still don't have a very strong idea whether God exists or not. And in fact, they have many doubts all through their lives as to whether God does exist or not, because their emotions stop them from absorbing the fact. Does that make sense? So it begins in our childhood where we're not connected to our feelings, and then as we grow, this flaw in what we create, humans create, this flaw of where we're trying to work against the design, causes us then to also work against truth, work against absorbing truths that don't come to us emotionally anymore. We can only imbibe them sort of intellectually. We can only listen to them. So this is what we find many times when we're travelling and talking to people. We find that people are fascinated by what we talk about, but they are not a fact inside of them, those things we talk about. They're just ideas, concepts. Sometimes some of you feel like good ideas or concepts, such as, you have a life after you die. That can be considered a good concept, right? Then there's other ones that many of you feel are really bad concepts, like soulmates, one person for you design sort of thing. Many of you feel that that's a really bad fact, and there's so many emotions that stop you from absorbing that fact, right?
It's like a valve, isn't it? You're this open channel for truth to enter emotionally, but as soon as you become aware that there's an emotion that might be triggered by that truth entering you, you shut off the valve, and usually you have to use that injured emotion, don't you?
Well, then now everything's going through the injured emotion.
Yes. And it can't really enter, the truth in its purity can't really enter you.
No.
You're shutting it off. And if you're willing to feel the emotion, then the truth can flow in, and with it unimpeded.
Yeah. So you sort of need to think of yourself as, so most of us, right, think of ourselves as the body, and only the physical one, right? So we only think of ourselves as the physical body, but we're not thinking of ourselves even as having a spirit body. Most of us don't even think of that fact, and yet that body is actually more complex in its design and more high in its state of absorption of other facts than this body is. And yet this is the body we're using. We're trying to absorb everything through this. And then, of course, we're a half of a soul. Right, so I'll just draw the other half too. We're half of a soul, and the reason why I've drawn them separate is because for most of us, the fact that we're a whole soul hasn't even occurred to us yet as an emotion. Right, so for most of us, we still think of ourselves as an individual doing things, right? An individual saying things, an individual doing things, an individual having an experience, not understanding that actually even your experience is being partially felt by the other half of your soul, even while you're having your experience right now, right? So these are sort of facts, and most of us don't absorb them because when we're focused on this body, we become, as I talked about many times, this body has become our our centre of focus in terms of our experience, right? But if you think about the soul for a moment, in terms of how it's designed, it's really quite interesting because if we grab this design of the soul, because the fact is, there is actually no separation in the design of the soul. Your soul is actually one complete unit, right? Even right now, your soul is one complete unit. It cannot change from one complete unit. And the problem with it having the feeling of halves is due to the facts you don't feel emotionally. Does that make sense to you? So even the whole idea that I am an individual without my other half is an emotion that causes me automatically to believe and feel that I can't feel the other half of myself. Right? It blocks me from the facts of the other half. And this is why, for many people, they never even get to feel the other half of their soul until they're like in the fifth sphere of the spirit world. And the main reason why that is they've tried to deconstruct by that time a lot of their feelings and emotions that cause them to believe in the separation. Does that make sense to you? Of course, that's a different thing than growing into a knowledge. So an example of growing into a knowledge is when, like a little child, learns how to go from drinking milk only to eating solid food. That is a natural transition of growth, right? And you have many natural transitions of growth without you even realising it. If you think about it, you think about the time you were walking. By the time you were walking, there's already been a transition before you were crawling, and before then you couldn't even move at all, aside from somebody picking you up and moving you generally. And all of that happened as natural transitions of growth. So I'm not talking about natural transitions of growth here when I'm talking about working against your design. A natural transition of growth is a part of your design. But when you stop your natural transitions of growth, that's you working against the design. All right? So just the concept that I am an individual causes this. Ulf, you want to ask?
Even if I'm not told that I had a soulmate, how do I come to feel that I have one?
Well, your feelings would tell you. You see, if your feelings weren't inhibited by somebody externally, so in our childhood, generally what's happening is our parents already have a set of beliefs. And as you grow, you are absorbing their beliefs. And to get their approval, you need to have their same beliefs as they have. And you need to discard any beliefs you may have that are different to their beliefs. That's how you get somebody's approval generally. Now, during your childhood, you learnt to do that. And one of the beliefs you had to discard is that there's one person for you. Unless your parents believe that, you won't believe it either. So if your parents believe there is one person, then you will possibly come to absorb that as a belief. But of course there's many other things that affect your belief, including your experience at school, your experience with the opposite sex or the same sex depending on your attraction, and all of these other things govern your belief. So you could have your very first romantic experience when you're like 10, and then after that be so hurt by it that you could decide, well, I don't want to recognise this feeling of fact anymore, this fact that I knew before then. And shutting down emotional experiences we've been all trained to do. But if we didn't work against our design, you would find that by the time you're a teenager, you would know for a fact you're one half of the soul. That's a natural part of your design. In fact, God created puberty in the physical form, which only occurs, by the way, in the physical form. God created puberty to create the desire of the recognition of that fact. That's why we go through puberty, actually. The point of puberty is to bring you to the fact that you are a sexual being that has another half. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
So it's all part of your design. Now, you would understand those facts automatically by just growth if there wasn't some precluding effect, some precluding things, cause that causes the effect of you denying that truth. Makes sense? So, yep. So you come to recognise those facts. But you see, unfortunately for many of us, by the time we've become even just 7 or 8 years old, so way before puberty, we've been shut down so much emotionally with a whole set of beliefs and a whole set of things we've absorbed, and also a lot of our own sin by this stage has been engaged generally. So by this stage, I am now very adverse to the facts of the universe. I'm very adverse to God's facts. I'm very adverse to His truth. And what I'm doing now is just searching for my own truth. And my own truth is very much going to be governed by how much emotionally I can cope with whatever comes at me. See, because if I can't cope with it, I'm not going to absorb it as a truth. If I can't honour it and respect it and love it, I'm not going to absorb it as a truth. So by the time I'm a teenager, let's say I've learnt to become very untrustful of people by that stage, let's say, because of my childhood experience. You will end up believing at that point that there's no one in the world you can trust. Right? Even though it's completely false. There are plenty of people in the world you can actually trust. And the more sinless a person is, the more you can trust them, actually. Right? But we won't believe that. We'll believe there's no one we can trust. Right? Because to open our heart to trust, and trust is not a work in progress, it's a condition. To open our heart to the condition where we can trust, our own feelings have to be engaged in such a way that we can trust what we feel. And to do that, we're going to have to be feeling our own feelings. And if we can't feel our own feelings, then of course we're not going to know what to trust or who to trust. And people like that generally, and there's a few of you in the room, are very analytical, and you look at everything and you look at, what's they doing there and what's going on there, and you're suspicious about everything, right? And that is coming from the fact that you can't trust anymore because the emotions that would require you to be, the emotions that you would be required to feel in order to enter the state of trust, you don't want to feel. And while you don't want to feel them, you're never going to trust anything or anybody. That makes sense? So here we are. We're already in this state where we believe the soul is that, right? So we believe that, which is not actually there. There's no real separation in the soul, really. We believe that it's there, right? And as a result of our feelings, it is there. Our feelings create our facts. Now that's very different to God's truth, God's facts. So now I'm in a state where I have a truth. There's no such thing as soulmates, as an example. And God has a truth. There is such a thing as soulmates, for example. And I can be in complete disharmony with God's truth inside of my own soul, in my own feelings. That makes sense? Yeah. So in my feelings, I'm against the whole concept or idea. Now, I can sit down and I can read about soulmates, and I can watch romantic movies, and I can read romantic books and stories, and in the end of all of that, I will still feel there's no such a thing as soulmate. I want a choice. And this is what we start to do. We start to do this. We start to choose emotion, which, by the way, is the same thing as choosing our facts, choosing our truth. You follow? By choosing my emotions and saying some emotions I can feel and other emotions I can't, I'm now also in the state of saying, well, some truths that are related to those emotions I need to feel I can't have either. I'm precluding myself from absorbing those truths. So an example of that is, here I am an eternal being, but I don't believe I am one. Right? So what do I do when I don't believe I'm one? I eat, drink and be merry because tomorrow I might die. You know, in other words, I do a lot of things that I think are going to bring me benefit right now because tomorrow there may be no benefit, right? Because I might be dead tomorrow. So just that one emotion of me not seeing that there is a truth of my eternal existence causes me to act in so many ways that are not only out of harmony with God's truth but also sinful, that they also cause me to not make good decisions and choices, and my choices are all based around what emotions I'm trying to avoid rather than actually whether they are wise or truthful choices, right?
So I've been a bit confused when you're talking about choosing emotion.
Yep.
So in the past, I'm sure a lot of people have gone down this track, but you know, I'll be listening to a song or something, and I'm like, oh yeah, pretty sad about that. And then I'll see another video.
Would you stop there first? You're listening to the song and you're pretty sad about that.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? You're not crying.
Oh no, sometimes I'll have a bit of a cry about it.
Yeah, but you observe that you're pretty sad about that.
Yeah.
It's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So your intellect is aware you are sad about it.
Yeah. And
You've just made a choice.
Yeah, okay. Wait. Can you say that again, please?
What's the choice? Like in that moment, if you were in a sort of a childlike state, what would you do? Like if you're listening to a song and you're sad, what would you be doing?
Cry.
And you wouldn't even think about it, would you?
No.
You'd just go, cry. I'm not even thinking, oh, I'm sad, I'm going to cry now. As soon as you do that, you're making a choice.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I get in my head because then I go, I'll see another video that where you're talking about, I've heard you talking to people and you're like, I know, but when you're crying about that, you're wanting to cry about that. It's not, you're not actually crying. I don't know, I get confused with that. And then I get in my head.
Well, the main problem is we don't want to cry about it, isn't it? And that causes to decide or make a choice to avoid it, right? So an example of that is you hear a song that affects you emotionally, but you don't let yourself feel the emotion that it affects you with. So some songs are like you want to get up and dance, right? But you don't. Right? Now, if you were in your soul, you would. And it wouldn't matter whether you're in the street or maybe, I don't know, at work or anywhere, you get up and dance because the emotion is saying dance, and so you dance. And you don't think about it. You just do it because that's how a child connected to its emotion, that's how we've been designed, to be connected to our emotion and just have them as we have them. Right? As soon as we say, I feel a bit sad, and we're not actually right at that moment crying, and in fact what actually happens when you do this is you don't even notice yourself feeling sad. You actually just cry straight away. So there's no even observance of the emotion, you're just in it. Do you understand? As soon as you have an observance of the emotion, you're working against your design. You understand?
Yeah.
The design is to just feel what you feel right in the moment. So let's say somebody turns on some beaty music or whatever, and you feel the beat of it, and you want to get up and dance, and so you do, right? That's you being more connected. Now, with things that we like, we generally are more connected to them. But when it comes to feelings we don't like fear in particular, and sadness, and so grief, even anger for most people, they don't let themselves feel it when they have it, right? They just don't. Because we go, oh, I'm observing that. And straight away, as soon as we're observing, we're working against the design. That's our intellect now, observing the emotion, rather than us actually having the emotion, right? So, like when I'm angry, I go in my room and I'll be angry. Like, if that's how I feel, that's how I feel. Like, there's no oh, who's around? Like, maybe Mary's going to be upset, or maybe Mary be scared, or any of that. It's just like, no, straight in, do it. Mary's learnt by now that I'm not going to harm her or hurt her having it. And And then I also can feel straight away, like usually within 30 seconds, the grief that's under it. Because I let myself have the first emotion, I can also have the next one. Make sense? If I don't do that, I'm choosing. As soon as I'm choosing my emotion, I'm working against my design. You don't see a child choosing its emotions, you only see a child having them. Right? You only see adults choosing. Right? That's because we've been taught to do such a thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So just even the choice being made to avoid the experience is working out of harmony with the design. Right from that point, you're working out of harmony with your design. Now, every time you work out of harmony with your design, what's going to happen is there's going to be a consequence for working out of harmony with it. Right? So, an example of that is, I'm listening to a song, I feel like I need to cry, but I don't. A lot of people get a headache straight after that. That's a consequence of working out of harmony with the design. And then they go, oh wow, I've got a headache, I don't know what brought that on. Right? I'll take a pill to get rid of the headache. That's also working out of harmony with your design, because now you're not only denying that the headache is caused by the holding of your grief, the attempt to suppress your grief, but you're also now adding to that problem by trying to suppress the acknowledgement of even the body's acknowledgement of your suppression emotionally by suppressing the body's acknowledgement. You know? So you're making yourself one even more step removed from your emotion. Makes sense? Yeah. And this is what most of us do with almost everything we feel. Right? And this is why I'm saying and most of us have no idea of the significance this plays in our life. Like how extreme it has become in our life. And our current lives are often a complete reflection of how extreme we've become controlling and making decisions about our emotions. So the whole desire to control an emotion is a decision about an emotion, right? So that's me making a choice. I'm choosing to either experience that emotion or to deny it. So it's best to say here the choice is not to just, as soon as I'm making a choice to have an emotion, I'm already out of harmony with having the emotion. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's like the acknowledgement that's I'm sad.
Yeah, as soon as you're already out of harmony with having the emotion. Just that, a person who's sad will just go and have a cry without thought. Yep.
How does that go? Because I know sometimes you've spoken about acknowledging how you feel helps. Is it better to just...
Well, it depends how you're going to acknowledge how you feel.
Right.
If your intellect is acknowledging how you feel,
Yeah.
then of course it has no benefit whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because your intellect doesn't help you feel the emotion.
Yeah.
To acknowledge how you feel, you've got to really feel how you feel. That's how you acknowledge how you feel. So a lot of the words I've been using in the past, what many of you have done, and gone, oh, well, I'll try to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But already you don't understand what I'm teaching. What I'm teaching is it has to be a feeling-based process to do that, not an intellectual one. And most of us go, but I'm confused now because, see, we start in denial of our emotions, right? As an adult, I mean. Not as a child. The child's in complete connection with its emotion, but due to the experiences, as we've mentioned, we get to the stage where we're in denial of our emotion. So once we're in the stage where we're in denial of our emotion, now, of course, there's things we're going to have to do to at least acknowledge emotion. And I described some years ago in 2007 a whole lot of intellectual things you're going to have to do just to even acknowledge one emotion. Because for most people, they've got so many layers of intellectual crap that wraps up every emotion they have that they don't want to experience, that somehow you're going to have to undo that. And that's a very frustrating process. Some of you are in that process right now, and it's very frustrating. You find yourself very frustrated, right? It's good to do it, because you need to. But you also need to see that, at some point, I need to have this sort of internal switch that happens. And the internal switch needs to go from me deciding about my emotions, looking at my emotions, analysing my emotions, and all of that stuff, into forgetting all of that and just, you could say surrendering to them, couldn't you? Because the reality is, if we look at the word surrender, what does it mean? Is that how you spell it?
Yeah.
No? Yep.
Yeah.
So, what does it mean to surrender?
To soften into them.
No, it doesn't mean soften. Hold your mic up on.
To, I guess, like, relinquish what I think and kind of surrender to what is coming to me. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, yeah, and can you see a person already with the intellectual injuries can't explain it?
Yeah.
It's a state, it's not actually a process.
Mm.
It's like trust. Trust is a state, it's not a process.
Like let go.
You could say let go, yes, let go. Means let everything just drop where it is, doesn't it really? Surrender to everything. Whatever is happening around you, whatever feeling you're having, just happens in the moment and you don't even think about it anymore. That's surrender, right? But the average person has no concept of it because they want control of the process of surrender. As soon as you try to get control of the process of surrender, you're already out of harmony with your design and you'll never surrender. A lot of people say to me, I'm working towards surrendering. I'm going, no, you're not. Like, there's no such thing as working towards surrendering. You're either in the state of surrender or you're not. Right? There's things you might need to undo so that you can surrender. So there's a lot of false beliefs that you can have that prevent your surrender that you do need to work through. And you could say many of our sins are about the false beliefs we have about surrendering. Can you so for example, if I decide to violently harm you in any way, emotionally or intellectually or physically, sexually or whatever, every one of the choices I've made to do such violence has to have come from the fact that I don't want to surrender to something. Right? So in my desire to control my own possibility of surrendering, I then perform many sinful acts. Right to the point of murdering somebody, you can do. Right, and have many, many sins committed as a result of my inability to surrender to the way I'm designed.
Yeah, thank you.
Hannah?
I've started to recognize when I'm angry.
Yep.
In a way that I haven't done before.
Done before. Yep.
No. Yes. and what I do is I suddenly realize I'm frustrated now, I'm angry now, I'm whatever, in the anger dimension.
Mm-hmm.
What I do then is that I drop that and go out to my boxing ball and go into the feeling and feel it in boxing. Is that surrender or is that fooling myself?
Well, it's not yet surrender, no. Because when you're really angry and you're angry in the moment, you will be in the moment angry. You will let yourself be angry what you're angry about in that moment. Does that make sense? You won't allow, if you're in harmony with love, you won't allow yourself to act in a manner that would harm others in your rage, but you would feel like harming others, for sure, right?
Yeah.
And as well as you would have all sorts of feelings about judgment about it, and all sorts of things might come up, but they are all just wrappers to stop you from dropping underneath. And by the way, anger is not a real emotion yet, is it? Anger is a wrapper.
Yes.
Right? Because I want to choose to avoid surrender to another emotion. You see, if you always surrendered to your grief, would you ever get angry? No. If you always surrendered to your shame, you'd never get angry. If you always surrendered to grief, you'd never get angry. If you always surrendered to any feeling that's challenging, and you always were surrendered in a state of surrender to it, you would never get the anger. So the anger is in itself telling you don't want to surrender.
I see.
So part of the things that I do for myself when I do get angry, which is pretty rare, but when I do, I go, I don't want to surrender. But why am I not surrendered to something else? Right? What is it that I don't want to surrender to? Because it's going to be a much tougher emotion than anger. Anger is a created emotion to help you gain control of the thing you do not want to surrender to.
Yeah.
Right? And that's very important. In fact, to bear in mind with regard to anger. Now, many of us stored anger as well as other emotions when we were in childhood. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to experience some anger because of that.
Oh yeah, so there is a layer that is stored in me that I have to get out of me.
Yeah, and not only the layer of the emotion of anger, but also the layer of what beliefs drive it needs to come out of you.
Yeah, and perhaps that's something we could bring up, because you and I were talking about this morning. So when Jesus is talking about surrender, a lot of what I'm thinking and feeling about is this state where all of my judgments and desire, like intentions to prevent emotion, are dissolved. So I'm in a state where there's no resistance to feeling about anything, whether it's, that's why he's talking about dancing, you know, I might be giggling or I might be sobbing, but there's no judgment, there's no resistance, there's no, so what I hear from your question, Anna, is you're sort of saying, well, I'm doing this set of actions and I'm having an awareness and I'm doing a set of actions. Is this surrender? In my current condition, where I am in my progression, my concept of surrender is, no, there's no trying to, am I doing it, am I not, there's no resistance to whatever I feel whenever I feel it. Which is not to say that what you're doing isn't worth less, but it's to understand that there's going to have to be a transition in the future where all your judgment of emotion is gone, and you love your design, which is what Jesus was saying. You love that I'm an emotional person, I'm created, I'm one half of a soul that is purely emotional, and isn't that awesome? You know, most of us feel like, isn't that
terrible,
terrifying, traumatic, horrible? And even when it comes to joyful feelings, most of us have that feeling. So that's what I hear when Jesus is talking about surrender, is that there's this breaking down of all of my judgment of emotion so that I feel freedom in that place. Yeah, so you could say one thing we need to learn to do, right? This is all about coming to love yourself, actually. When we talk about loving self, a lot of people don't realise it, but it's really talking about loving how you're designed to be. And partly you've been designed to be an emotional being, so you need to come to love it, like love it so much that there's no resistance to it at all. Nothing inside of you that stops you resisting loving yourself in this manner. When you think about how most of us feel about emotion, how do we really feel about it? So for yourself, how do you feel about it? Your real feelings, you know. Can I say
it's sort
something?
of, yes, you can, but to me it's sort of something, I feel newborn, because I've shut down every emotion all my life.
But that's not how you feel about it.
So what is your judgment of emotion?
Because if you felt that way about it, you would be having it all the time. So,
okay.
Yeah. So why are you not having it all the time? Like even the anger. The anger is telling you you're not having sadness, right? So why do you want the anger rather than the sadness? What is the reason? What's the feelings behind all that?
I have to ponder about that.
Can you see the problem?
Yeah.
This is
Most of us can't. Most of us have to use our intellect to even find out why. What? Our intellect's useless in this regard.
yeah. If you go inside now, just do an exercise, everyone. Breathe
into your diaphragm.
Feel the center of me. Imagine now, I'm just emotional in whatever way I feel. No matter who's around, no matter what I'm doing, I'm allowed to have any emotion that happens. What does that feel like inside? Can anyone feel anything?
Just yell them out, guys.
Look like an idiot.
Yeah. Shame. Worry about judgment. Yeah.
Shame, yeah.
Overwhelming.
Worry.
Danger.
Weak. Yeah, so what's that? Presumptuous?
Audacious or
Audacious.
or unworthy it is really, isn't it? How?
Well, that's that.
Yeah.
One more day.
Powerless.
What was
Sorry,
that
what was
one?
that? Entitled. failure.
Unsafe.
Yeah, which is really
Danger.
danger, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unsafe.
Attack.
Yeah.
Afraid.
Attack. Abuse. Can you see, like, none of these are very nice, like, helpful words, are they, to help you get into your feelings? Can you see that?
Well, can you see why
No.
no one's surrendered yet? You know, because we have all these feelings if that's what it's going to be like.
And we
When-
could just keep going and keep going and keep going, couldn't we? Here, you could keep going for days, probably listing the different things. To be honest, you could say all of those are your excuses
Yes.
to not surrender.
Yeah. Because as you start to work through this very problem, so some of you know this is the very problem that I've been focused on. Not what is this emotion, what is this memory, how do I deal with that? No. What are my beliefs about emotion? Because unless I clear out that warehouse, everything's going to be hard every time. So
And particularly, what are your false beliefs?
that's right, clear out the junk, you know, do the spring clean.
But unfortunately, to clear them out, you've got to feel emotion.
That's right, and it's a bit of a catch-22. It's tricky. It's a tricky territory. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it feels like. So Caden just threw up his hands, like,
But even that is a good state.
that's where you start. Like, shit, how? Excuse my language. You know, how? You know, it feels
But even this thing,
impossible.
what? You know,
Yeah.
that's you having an experience now that you couldn't control. Just in that moment, you didn't control it, right?
Which is a sign.
Which is good thing.
Yeah.
To go, what? I have to do that? What? You know, like, that's a good thing. So most of you are feeling that, but you go,
You go, I'm not going to feel that.
you know,
And then you can see why a lot of us get caught up in, like, oh, I had a good cry about this, or I felt sad, you know, I was listening to the song, and so we're automatically in these other addictions of trying to avoid how we really feel the first time Jesus got up with the whiteboard and said, the answer to your eternal happiness, your relationship with God, everything is to feel everything that's inside of you. And everyone went, excuse my language, oh shit, no. You know, they had all those things
Well,
triggered.
well, there's a lot of sin, right? And sin is
Yeah.
pain, so that means feeling a lot of pain. And the average person goes, he's an idiot, he's asking me to feel pain.
It's impossible, it's unrealistic,
Crazy.
it's unloving, no one can ever do that, like all these
Yeah.
feelings.
We get so many emails about this, like, man, the amount of emails we get about you're a narcissistic, like not narcissistic, what's the word? Sadistic person requiring me to feel my bad feelings, you know. I've spent my whole life trying to avoid my bad feelings, like, how dare you suggest to me?
Or people saying, it's unnecessary, this is what you do, you just reframe it, or you write it on a piece of paper and burn it, or you know, these
There's this
kinds of
new
things.
therapy, you know? There's this new therapy that I can use.
Which is, it's not to make fun of that, but I think collectively our experience is that doesn't work. Yeah. But what I was going to say is, like, working through these feelings does feel really tough. But as you do, you begin to see the falsehood of it. And it's the beginning of faith, actually, where you start to feel, you have moments of feeling when you're in your feelings where you feel like, oh, this is my strength now, not my weakness. This is how I discern things properly, not where I'm unreliable. This is me really living now. But at the beginning, you have to go through all these feelings where you feel like that's not going to be the case.
Lorna?
When you surrender, that's a state where you have no beliefs.
Oh, that's not necessarily
No?
true. No.
That's the question.
All of my celestial friends have a lot of beliefs.
And in fact, you're not just clearing out the false beliefs about emotion, you're gaining
True beliefs.
true beliefs about
Yeah.
emotion.
Okay, so
That's what I just described, that thing there, where you start to feel like, no, this is where I'm strongest when I'm in my emotions.
Okay. Because when I look at those words, these are beliefs I have.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're the false beliefs I
Yes.
have.
Yeah.
And that's what you mean by saying, look at your beliefs.
Yeah.
And this is the...
And feel them.
Yes, and
Mm.
when I can, because I see these as all my blocks as why I don't feel.
Mm-hmm.
And if I go through, oh, I can't do this, is a belief.
Mm.
I'm
And,
going
and it's, you need to do more than that. You need to go, I can't do it is a false belief.
Yes,
It's not just a belief, it's a
Yeah.
false one.
yes.
Do you want to keep your false beliefs or get rid of them? is really the question.
Yeah.
Now, most people would say, when you make a comment like that to people, most people are, yeah, I'd like to get rid of my false beliefs. But actually, all of your false beliefs have been created for one point, so that you don't have to surrender to your emotion.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the majority of people don't want to get rid of their false beliefs. So you can talk to people about their false beliefs, and they can even be fascinated about the discussion about their false beliefs.
Yeah.
But as soon as they have to feel their false beliefs, they go like nuts. Literally, like many psychotic as a result of trying to avoid the emotion that's under the belief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because I was looking at my mother's stuff, and why don't I want to go there? It's not I want to go there. No, I don't want to go there.
That's right. It's a choice. You're
Yeah,
making
it's
a choice. Yep.
And then it went to no, because I feel like I can punish her like this.
Yeah, but that's one choice, isn't it?
And
Yeah,
then-
while you're staying... See, for you to go into your emotions about something, you are automatically forgiving the person who created those
Yes.
emotions.
Yeah.
And most of you don't want to do that.
Yes.
Because you want them to come to you and say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. And then you want them to do a whole heap of things on top of that to prove that they're sorry and whatever. But after they've done all of that, you know what you're going to end up with? The same emotion still within you is what you're going to end up with.
Yes.
So you want all of that,
Yeah.
but none of it's going to really work.
Yeah.
But that's what we want.
Yeah, well, this is the dialogue I've been having.
Yeah,
That I don't want to. I want the revenge. I want her to pay.
yeah.
And
It's
and
unjust.
it's unjust and all of these things. And I've been trying to see these as these false beliefs that I have. That this is good, right? This is the falseness of it. I've had it for so long.
Yeah.
You know, this is what's kept me going. And
Well,
I
there's
see.
even in the injustice feeling, there's a self-righteous thing that goes, how dare somebody ask me to give up what's just?
Yeah.
How dare they? Like, you have so much internal self-righteousness
Yes.
about, and this is everybody, not just yourself, right?
Yeah.
You've got so much internal self-righteousness that you shouldn't have to surrender.
Yes.
Like, how dare somebody suggest such a stupid thing to me,
Yeah.
right? And then we go further than that, of course, and we go, right, I'm going to fight against anybody who suggests that I'm going to have to surrender.
Yeah.
And the issue is also, by surrendering, you automatically forgive. And many of us don't want to forgive automatically, for lots of reasons.
Yeah, well, since you mentioned about my hips and the stiffness and the inflexibility and all, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought, well, I can keep going this way and look at my stiffness and continue to get more stiff, you know, and then become so inflexible that all I'm doing is creating more unhappiness.
Yeah.
But I've only gone to, well, what is the truth? Why am I stuck there? And instead of saying, God, help me with this, I'm going, well, I don't want to go
But can you see, even in the solution, we're still in against our design.
Yeah,
We're still going, why am I like this? What's going on?
yeah.
Instead of feeling what you're like.
Yeah.
Like, you need to let yourself feel how inflexible you are.
Yeah, well, I went to revenge when you said that, like, revenge. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, and quite often what happens when you start to feel what you don't want to feel,
Yeah.
you instantly get the reason why you don't want to feel it.
Yeah.
And that's very helpful. But then you've got to have to feel that.
Yeah.
Why do you want revenge?
Yeah.
Like, there's beliefs driving that, you need to feel them too.
Yeah.
But you can see if you're ready to feel one layer, you'll get ready to feel the next and the next. And you won't need to educate yourself what is the next. It will be automatically, after you've done one layer, the next will come up. So an example of that is, let's say the first layer is just anger, and not I'm not talking about rage or like resentment, because that's even beyond anger,
Yes.
right? If we just look at anger itself, if I'm now recognising I'm angry, then once I let myself feel my anger properly, if I surrender to my anger, within 30 to 60 seconds I'll be crying. Usually that will happen, because the anger has been a wrapper around the next thing that I did not want to surrender to, right? And then it's like, do I want to cry? Now, what I see a lot of people do, they get angry, and then they just start expressing their anger, and they start crying, and what do they do then?
Stop.
Stop. They force themselves to stop. They attack themselves. they abuse themselves, they criticise themselves, judge themselves, they go, I'm stupid now. You know, they're forcing themselves to stop crying, which is the reason why their anger keeps coming up, because they don't want to go and surrender to the next layer of emotion. They just don't want to go from one layer to the next till they get to the bottom of things. Now, if you learn how to get to the bottom of things quickly, you will progress very, very quickly. But if you can't get to the bottom of things quickly, you're gonna take hundreds, if not thousands, of years to progress. That's the fact. That's the truth about people's progress. And a lot of it is just because you don't want to have the surrender to the very thing you're trying to control, which is your emotions. You're trying to control the raw experience of something. So for an example of that, most people who are very intellectual are in complete denial of almost every emotion, right? Because I've learned this is how I can get away from every emotion. I just keep denying I have them, keep working my way, use their intellect constantly. Usually these people are very busy intellectually, you know, they're always doing something to control themselves in some way. They're always busying themselves some way as well. They can never settle. They can never be sit and be calm. And this is why also there's a big attraction to things like yoga and breathing and all these other techniques that people teach you now to become calm. It's like, I've got a controlled way to become calm, right? So that's going to work for me. View beauty. That means I don't have to feel my emotions. I can just become calm by breathing, or by doing some yoga, or by doing some special exercise, or tapping, or whatever. I can become calm. And that's all still about controlling the process of surrender. Like, this is why all these things fundamentally don't work. And also, people don't progress from them. You know, you look at the love the person has doing these things, and frequently they become even more unloving than they were before when they do them. Yeah. If we go back to Denise.
Hi, is that where the whole feeling of an internal fight going on in your body comes from? You know, like, feels like your heart's fighting your guts and vice versa. You feel that you want to do something and you come up with every other reason under the sun not to do it.
Yeah, it's all about not wanting to surrender some fundamental feelings, isn't it? And accept some truths, because all the truths have to be accepted feeling by your feelings. So you're not going to accept some truths either. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So Ulf and then Nick over here, and then Nikki over there.
I believe that I have resistance to surrender.
Yep.
And
you have a firm resistance to surrender.
yeah.
But you're not most people do.
Yeah.
There's I would say there's probably maybe 5 or 6 people in the room who have worked through some or a fair portion of their resistance to surrender. No one here is yet in a state of complete surrender. But people are working through the reasons why they don't want to.
I think the reason why I don't want to can be that I have a lot of unloving emotions in me that I want to control, so I don't expose arrogance, condescension, superiority, or those feelings towards others. So I need to keep them under control.
It's not just that. You don't want to face the reality that you have them either. So it's not only that you don't want to feel them, but you also don't want to face the truth that you actually have them. It's sort of like most people have a deep illusion about themselves. You know, they have an image of themselves in themselves, and this image of ourselves generally governs what we're prepared to work our way through or not. And this underlying image of yourself can cause you to sort of stay very arrogant in the position that you're in towards having a surrendered state. And in fact, what happens is you enjoy not having a surrendered state, is what you think you enjoy it. But of course, it's very hard to enjoy anything in a denial state. You know, so it's only the absence of pain that you're enjoying, rather than the actual absorption of pleasure that you're you're having. But most people feel the absence of pain is good enough for me. You know, mind you, it's not an absence of all kinds of pain either. If you think about it, any emotional pain you deny causes a physical pain you can't deny. So we're also making a choice. I'd rather feel my physical pain than have my emotional pain, because my emotional pain hurts more. Ironically, that's what most of us feel. And many of us die in huge amounts of physical pain. On Earth, there's a lot of people right now dying in huge amounts of physical pain that is self-caused because they didn't want to feel emotional pain. Right? That's how strong our will is, that, you know, and how unloving our will is towards ourselves. You know, it's, like I said, it's an unloving projection towards your own design. You know, we hate how we've been designed. And if you look at the Earth today, the general attitude when it comes to emotion is hate it. It is like, hate your emotion, like, do whatever you can to control it, to keep it under wraps, to make out you don't have it. You know, there is so much seething resentment on Earth about emotion. You can see why many of us have the attitude, because it's so strongly held in the on the entire Earth socially. And it doesn't matter what culture you go to either. Like, we've been to so many cultures travelling, and every one of them hates emotion one way or the other. You know, very rare to find. You know, I'm sure there might be some tribe in Africa that nobody's ever met yet that might still, you know, maybe have some connection to their feelings, but I haven't met them, you know. But everyone we have met has this seething resentment about their feelings, which is a seething resentment towards God and also towards yourself about how you've been designed. Yeah. Thank you.
I've got kind of two-pronged question, one about prayer and then about faith that Mary kind of started bringing up before. But with the prayer thing, like, I have times like when I pray, it's like I feel, it's like a peace, like a quiet, it's like it's feeling, and then when I start, like, an emotion starts coming up, I just get flooded with all these thoughts like, you're just having a tantrum, man.
Yeah, but you don't want to hear what I'm going to say next.
Okay.
You're not praying yet.
Okay.
Yeah. What you're wanting is a calm feeling of your emotions. Right? You want, basically you're asking God to calm you down. You want God to come to a rescue of your emotions. You understand?
Yep.
So this is what you call your prayer, and unfortunately God doesn't hear it. Because, when I say unfortunately, it's probably fortunately, God doesn't hear it. Because for God to answer your prayer, he would have to work against your design, the very thing that he created you to be. So most of your prayer is, how can I avoid how bad I feel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And that's not a prayer. Well, it's a prayer for one thing, isn't it? Avoiding how bad you feel, but it's not going to enter God, that prayer. You know, so when you say prayer, I'm assuming it's a prayer to God that you want to make. And any feeling like that directed to God is really an avoidance of prayer. You understand?
Yeah.
A prayer is, you have to be in an emotional state connected to your feelings that you want a relationship with God for no other purpose than having the relationship with God. Not for the purpose of rescuing you from your feelings, or rescuing you from your bad thoughts, or rescuing you from your sin, but primarily because you want the relationship with God and you want to come face to face with your sin and feel it.
Yep.
Right? That's a prayer.
Yeah, so it's like...
So that's why your prayers don't get answered.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, you just got to have the feelings and just feel how bad, because it's true, like when I'm not in my arrogant feelings, I just do feel really bad all the time.
I'll just stop you again.
No?
You're never not in your arrogance.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And while the arrogance exists, like, this is a fundamental thing about the soul. Like, many of you don't realise, sometimes you say, oh, today I was angry. No, you're always angry. While the anger is in you, you're always angry. You just deny it most of the time. Right? And you think you got control of it most of the time. And many of you say, oh, I was sad today. No, you're always sad. Like, every time I see you, you're always sad. You understand?
Yeah.
And the reason why you're sad is because you haven't let it go yet. That's why you haven't surrendered to it yet. So you're sad. And of course we could list many other emotions that you always are. So when you say, there's times when I'm arrogant, no, you're always arrogant. And you will always be arrogant until you surrender to the reason why you are.
Right.
See, what does arrogance give you?
Feeling that I'm good, a feeling that I understand things,
Yeah.
a feeling of...
So it's really, I don't have to deal with anything, so I'm so good already.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
That's the feeling.
Yeah. So arrogance is an emotion that you'd rather have than have to deal with your other feelings. Right? So you'd rather be arrogant than have to deal with some things.
Yeah.
So, but you're always like that, because you always want to not deal with things.
Right, yeah.
Like every single thing I've ever talked to you about, you never wanted to deal with it. Ever. Like, ever since I met you. You've never wanted to deal with it. Because you've always believed you either don't have it, or if you do have it, it's not as bad as what I'm saying it is. Or if you do have it, it's actually a good thing. You know, like,
yeah.
And you don't see it as from God, you know, how God sees it. So, yeah, even the concept, like, even being arrogant is a choice to avoid surrender to deeper emotion. And it's a way you've been taught that you can get it under control.
Right.
You see, the average person who's arrogant can go, I'm already good, I don't need to see anything that's bad about me because I'm already good. What's this person talking about? Like, Mary's criticising you about something. What? How can she criticise me? Can't she see how good I am? Man, you just think I'm really bad, don't you? There's something wrong with you. You think I'm bad.
You don't know.
You don't know me very well at all, do you? Can you see the arrogance? This is what it helps me do.
Yep.
It helps me avoid completely any truth that she might be sharing, doesn't it? Yep. And so fundamentally, the arrogance is just a layer created by myself to avoid surrender.
Yeah, to avoid the actual emotion. Yeah, so that's just one of the other list of emotions that needs to be worked through to then have genuine praise and to...
Well, let's stop this whole worked through. Can you work through emotions?
You just have them.
You either have them or you don't have them.
Yeah.
So arrogance, what are you going to have to do with arrogance?
Feel the feelings of the arrogance.
Yeah, you're going to have them. Go,
like,
yeah,
I am, like... Yeah.
I think I'm pretty top shit, right? Yeah.
Feel yourself in there.
Feel yourself in this place and feel it. And then you can, if you feel it properly, you will automatically begin feeling what's under it.
Oh.
Automatically. Remember I said that about sadness and anger. If you feel the layer of anger that's there and you're actually feeling it, you will automatically, within a very short period of time, feel why and what does my anger give me? Power over what emotion? You'll feel these things. You don't have to work through it.
Yeah.
You will feel. You will go through it. You will not see. The whole concept of working through it is about controlling going through it.
Right.
So,
you understand? So while I'm working through it and I'm putting effort into my mind to deal with it all, I am working through it so that I control myself from actually like blah. It's like, you know when you need to vomit. I don't know.
I need to do a lot of vomiting, you're saying.
When you need to vomit, you get to this point, don't you? It's like, it's coming up.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant.
It's going to go everywhere.
It's going to go everywhere, and it's happening right now. You understand? That's what we don't want to do with our emotion.
Yep.
Yeah. But you could say, you know, at the point of vomiting, your body is surrendering for what it needs to do to clear away the problem, isn't it? At that point, it's sort of... So before then, you're in a state where you're going, you know, I can control this, I can keep it down. You know, whatever you're
trying it all, man.
Yeah. But if you like you got food poisoning or something, the body wants it out of you, right? And so the body's going to go.
It's the design of the body.
It's the design.
One way or another.
One way or another, it's coming out.
Yeah.
Right, back end, front end, whatever.
Yeah.
It's coming out, and you haven't got any control over it anymore. It's coming. It's coming, and all you can do is help it.
Yeah.
When I say help it, you get to the point where you surrender and let it happen. You understand?
Yes.
Physically,
Yes.
you surrender and let it happen. Well, that's what we need to do with our emotions.
Okay.
So with our emotion, we need to surrender to arrogance. You have to physically feel it there.
Okay. Okay. Right.
Be in it, feel it there. Notice it. You'll notice it.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
be in it, you'll notice it. If you allow yourself to be in it, see, it's the denial that creates the disallowance for being. So when I'm in denial of the experience, I'm now not. So you're going around thinking you're a nice, kind fella when you're arrogant, right? So that's me.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
When you're arrogant, you're not a nice, kind fella, right? But you believe you are because the arrogance, the layer is above the arrogance, going, I don't need to do with anything. I'm so lovely. You understand?
Yes.
And this is it's because there's all this arrogance underneath, but I'm not being it. I'm not just letting it, surrendering to it, like vomiting it, out, having the experience. Instead, what I'm doing is just like trying to control it and even stay in denial of even that, which helps me to stay in denial of the next thing.
Yeah.
So with our emotions, a lot of times there's one layer of denial. So I deny something, and I'm denying another thing underneath that,
And then
and I'm
another
denying
thing.
another thing underneath that, and I use the one above to deny the one below.
That's why it gets so frustrating, I think, sometimes, though, right? Or am I just, is that another layer of it there?
Frustration is anger.
Yeah.
Frustration is wanting control. Frustration is I don't want to surrender. So
Yeah.
frustration is really like what I see a lot of people saying, they're working on it and they feel very frustrated. Well, that's because you want control
Yeah.
of something. You want to not surrender to something. That's why you're frustrated.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So many times I get frustrated, but I know that I need to surrender.
Right, yeah. So if you have that desire,
Yep.
is that a prayer?
Well, it depends. If you're asking God to help you with that, then it might be a prayer, right?
Right.
If it's motivated.
If
by
it's
it.
actually a feeling, I want to go there.
Yeah, you want to go there rather than avoid going there.
Yeah.
Most of your prayers at the moment is, I want to avoid going there. Can you help me do that?
Yep.
Can you rescue me from doing that? Is really what you feel. And God can't do that because they're your feelings and you've got to learn to have them. In fact, one of the primary reasons why God can't help you with it is because it's an aspect of love of yourself. If he helped you avoid your emotion, he would help you not love yourself. Do you understand, Nikki?
Kind
If
of.
God helps you avoid a feeling you have, then he's helping you to not love yourself. He designed you to love yourself. That's when everything in your body and everything in your life will work perfectly if you love yourself, right? In God's definition of loving yourself. And part of that is being in a surrender state to all of your emotions, right? Right. So if I'm asking God to help me to control my emotions, to calm myself down or whatever, if that's why I'm praying to God, then I'm asking God to stop me from loving myself.
Yeah.
Which God can't do.
Yep.
It would be working against his desire.
Because also I wouldn't be able to receive truth in that place either, right? So
You can't receive truth, you can't receive love, you can't have
Yeah.
joy, you can't have a good emotional experience after the bad one.
an actual good one.
An actual
yeah.
good one, because
Yeah.
you're denying, you're not surrendering. And also, it's funny because you're also working against your own, you're using your will to work against yourself. So you're actually not got a real harmonious with God's will for you.
Yeah.
There's a lot of problems with it.
Yeah, it's just a massive struggle. That's just the fact of it. It is a struggle.
Well,
Okay.
there's a lot of...
You like to say these
Yes,
things.
yeah.
Because it helps you avoid. Like, if something's hard, what's the general feeling? You're not going to do it.
Or...
That's what
simply-
I noticed about your life. If something's hard, you get somebody else to do it. You know, I mean, just recently you had this experience with Paul, was it 6 months ago when you sent me that email or whatever? There was something hard in your life and you wanted Paul to handle it. That's a general thing that happens whenever something hard comes up, you want somebody else to handle it. You don't want to handle it yourself. God's going, but you're the supreme, creation of mine. you can handle everything that happens to you. In fact, a lot of things that happen to you, you created anyway, so you should handle them.
I feel like, Nikki, there's some things in what you're saying to Jesus there that you're not understanding yet about this process that God has you in. You're still seeking, because you've got the arrogance that you haven't even let yourself be emotionally aware of yet. You're still seeking good feelings all the time. You're trying to get through the bad feelings to have the good feelings.
Yep.
Whereas God really wants you to work through the bad feelings without shame or self-judgment, but to understand sin so that it's not repeated in your life. So these what we call the hard emotions, or the troubling emotions, or the difficult emotions, or you're the suffering, and all this sort of dramatic language that you put around it, is really indicating that you are not in a process with God which is bringing you towards love. And you're not humbly in that yet.
Yeah.
You're in it, but you're not humbly in it.
Yeah,
Do you know
it's
what
like I'm battling against it.
Not only that, you've become an actor.
Yeah.
An actor, what does an actor do?
To play out something.
They play out
To
something.
play out a story or a
Yeah,
role.
but it's
or-
not real, is it, for the actor?
No.
They're just acting. And that's what you're doing with God. You're trying to act instead of be.
Instead of just be.
Yeah. Be whatever it is you are, and then talk to God about that.
That's right. And I think another thing that everyone needs to understand, that real prayer does not place any condition on God. There is no condition placed in it. That, it's an openness to God's love and truth. It's a seeking of those things beyond what I currently feel and see and understand.
And also beyond what I'm going to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's not like, I want a bit but not that, and or could you make me feel good in this process? No, that's not sincere prayer. So earlier you said I have to work through the arrogance before I can pray sincerely. No, in my experience, sincere prayer is helping me work through certain things. They're not independent of each other. One doesn't preclude the other. And in fact, if you approach it that way, that you're going to deal with the arrogance on your own and then pray sincerely, I don't
Pretty
think
hard.
that's going to work. Not just because you're not going to have God's truth about the matter, but even the desire to work through it on your own without seeking God's counsel is a perpetuation of the arrogance.
Yeah, it's like.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like the self-reliance. It's like the arrogance is part of
We
self-reliance.
say, I understand this arrogance issue and I'm going to work through it.
Yeah.
In my experience, the best thing is to go, God, I think I've got a problem here. Can you illuminate it for me? Then you see a whole heap more that you were already thinking that bit wasn't a problem of the arrogance. That was just normal Nikki. And God can show you all of that. And then you know also where you're aiming for.
Right.
The thing when you want to be what you are, so let's say you want to actually feel that you're arrogant.
Yeah.
Then, of course, when it comes to do you want to deal with it, you can actually ask God to help you with it, and it can be exposed, can't it? But if you don't want to feel it, then you're already saying to God, I don't want to feel that I am arrogant. I don't want to feel that I've got this problem. So God's going to go, well...
No worries.
No worries. He's going, well, that's going to be a lot of sin, Nikki, but it's your call.
Yeah.
It's your will, it's your soul, it's your call. He doesn't go, no worries, keep on. He's going, I wish you would change that, Nikki, but the reality is, while you have that attitude, you're not going to change it.
Right.
So until you can feel your arrogance, how can you then pray about it? You see, a lot of times people go to me and they say, like, Jesus, what emotion do you think I need to work on next? What feelings do I need to work on next? Which is very interesting in itself when you talk about the whole idea of surrender. Because reality is when you're in a state of surrender, you work on everyone next. You know what I mean? As many as you can. As many as what you can handle emotionally, you work on next. And not one. But the whole idea of working on one is control, and therefore not surrender. And so unlikely you're going to work on anything. But let's say, somebody says that and I come up and say, well, you've got to work on this arrogance you have, let's say. The average person again goes, well, how do I do that? I don't believe I'm arrogant. So I don't know what Jesus is talking about, really. Why does he think I'm arrogant? He must have a bad opinion of me.
I've gone down that route before.
Yeah, you've done this. Right? This is why I say it to you. What's wrong with him? He's got a bad opinion of me. So, how can he have such a bad opinion of me? It's funny, when I'm with him, he treats me quite nice, but when I'm away from him, I feel he must have a bad opinion of me to say that about me.
Has he got it in for me or something?
Yeah, has he got it in for me? Yeah. What's wrong with him? What is? A lot of people would have emailed me about the men-women thing, and they say, oh, he favours women over men and all that stuff. Not true. None of that is true. I just feel the thing that's wrapping up most of your stuff, and just say that's what you need to do with next. Like, as any spirit who would be helping you in the spirit world would do, by the way. Anyway, so there you are. You get presented with an idea or concept, but internally you're going, I'm not arrogant. There's something wrong with him. Already.
That's the issue of the arrogance right there, isn't it?
Correct.
Like I catch that.
Well,
but then I don't actually feel the arrogance.
So you're not catching it.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yes.
So you're going, I think he's not good at it. So when you're in that state, what's happening now? What's happening now is there's no hope of you ever having a prayer about that problem with God.
Yes.
No hope. Because you already can't, you're already in the place where you don't want to see the truth. So there's no hope now. There's no hope to get through it emotionally. There's no hope to change on the issue while you have that spirit, while you have that desire. No hope of any change. And this is why most people don't change.
Yeah. It's
because they ask for help, they're given some, and particularly on earth they don't change, I mean. And then they go, well, that can't be true.
Yeah.
So what's my course of action after that? If I believe it's not true, just after I've asked for help, and I believe, even just asking for help is a good thing, isn't it? Like asking for someone to tell you, or asking for some assistance, or even just having a straight conversation with somebody about something is a good thing. But whenever in this say, oh, I don't believe that, from that point, there's going to be no change on that subject until that attitude changes.
You're just going to get battered by the law of compensation at that point.
Correct.
Yeah.
Over and over and over and over. So an example for an arrogant person. People get sick and tired of spending time with you. People feel like they feel quite bad when they're in your company, because you're always trying to make them feel bad that you're superior. And so they feel quite bad, and so they want to avoid your company generally. And it's only the people who are quite extreme, needing your approval, who are going to want your company, right? So arrogant people usually end up surrounded by a whole heap of yes people, right? None of you are yes people. I'm not surrounded by yes people. Hardly any of you do what I suggest ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean there. Yeah.
But an arrogant person is surrounded by people who are yes people, and in fact they get rid of all of the no people.
Right.
They get rid of them in terms of they just get them out of their life. Yep. Right. That's one of the results. Another result is that any woman worth her salt won't want to spend time with you. So that means you end up with no good relationship, no good friendships. Friendships are always power friendships, like they give you power or you give them power, but there's no real friendship based on knowledge. Make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's you could say the penalties of not. So these are all compensation penalties. And sooner or later the penalties will go, oh, why is my life like this? And then we might start the actual personal process of wanting to know why.
Yeah, there's more sincerity then to just be...
Correct.
Deal with the state right now.
Yeah. So you've heard Divine Truth, Nikki, in the sense of listen to it, and you've thought, oh, this is a good thing, I can be a lot happier if I do this. But you've not been prepared to actually go through that process, right? So in the time I've known you, you've thought you're in the process when you're not in the process. And the very teacher of the process you disagree with. And this happens frequently to me, right? Honestly, how many seminars are there where somebody wants to argue with me who's been listening for years, comes to a seminar and say, I've been listening to you for years, and I'm going, you haven't been listening to me at all, because as soon as I start to say what you're personally doing, you want to argue, that means you're not listening anymore.
Yeah.
Right? That means you want to fight. And like I keep saying to the last tour we had, you want to fight with me, go somewhere else. I'm not interested, you know. And if the very person that you say you have respect for is telling you that you're not doing the very thing he's teaching, and you say, no, I am, that's like going to a uni and to a professor there, and he's telling you, you know, a whole heap of things, and you're saying, but I already know all that, when you don't. Like, do you know what I mean? How can anybody help you beyond that point? They can't. God can't, the person can't. Make sense? So how do you get beyond that? The only way is to start to work through you work through the feelings, not by working through them, but by having them.
By actually having the feeling.
Yeah, you've got to have your arrogance.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to gain emotional awareness of your own arrogance.
Not only that, you've got to have
initially, but initially you're going to have that.
Yeah.
And you have it obviously to yourself. You don't act it out, right?
Well, you will when you start having it for yourself, when you act it out, you'll see it straight away.
You'll pick up the microphone
and you'll be so
on
embarrassed,
Saturday
like,
and you'll go, oh my gosh, I'm in this arrogant thing right now.
Again.
I'm just telling Jesus I already know what he's saying all the time.
Yeah.
And you'll feel that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll also feel like, whoa, like this sort of, when you become aware of sin, it's really interesting, the feeling, because the feeling is sort of guilt as well. Like, there's a mixture of guilt, and it's a good guilt, you know, because you start realising, and it's a feeling you need to go through. Well, I do that. Oh, I do that. Look at me doing that. Like, you see yourself doing it.
Again.
You know? You don't need anybody to tell you you're doing it, because you can feel yourself doing it.
You feel the guilt and the shame of doing that thing.
Yeah. And you can feel how much of a sin it is. And then, if you allow yourself to feel that enough, you'll get under it.
Okay.
And what does the arrogance cover?
Yeah.
See, the arrogance helps me a lot with avoidance of surrender to my feelings. It makes me seem like I've got everything under control when I have not.
Yeah.
It makes it seem like I'm a good guy when maybe I aren't. Right? It gives me a perception of myself, and also an illusory perception to other people of myself that I like, you know, because I want people to look after me, whatever. And you start feeling all of those things. You follow? But if you don't feel your arrogance, you won't feel all the other things.
Yeah.
Because the arrogance is like a layer on top of it all.
Yeah.
Right? There's so many of you who come to me and say, oh, you know, we start talking about problems, you know, as we do, because you know, that's what friends do. And eventually, and you start hearing what I'm saying to you, and quite often it's quite direct, and you go, man, he must have a bad opinion of me, that guy, you know, like, I don't know if I can spend any more time in his company when he's got such a bad opinion of me. And to be frank with you, I don't have bad opinions of you, I have a bad opinion of your sin. Just like God does. But I don't have a bad opinion of you. You're the pinnacle of God's creation, even covered in sin.
Well, that's the tricky part. It's like when, I think we can all say it, when we're around you, feel the love from you.
Yeah.
And that you care.
And then when you go away.
And then when I go away.
What I said.
Yeah, and then I re-listen.
That happens when you're away.
When I re-listen to it, I'm like, he's got it in for me, man. Like, or I'm feeling like, no, that can't be right, you know. But
he's not one with God yet, so that's like the most common. Like we get,
I've not had that
we
one.
Get 100 emails a week saying I'm not at one with God yet, so they don't need to listen to what I've taught.
Oh.
Easy though. Like, and I'm going, well, that's interesting, but at some point you're going to have to recognise who is your teacher and what they actually do know. Yeah, you don't at the moment know what I know. I don't mean that you don't know the things I know. What I'm saying is you don't know the state I'm in. You can't even see the state I'm in.
The scope of what
you can't even see it.
As in the way, like the level you're operating at.
Yep.
Well, I can't kind of...
No, you can't.
No, okay.
Nobody can. Sorry, Nicky, you can't. If you could, you wouldn't be so argumentative about when I point out a problem.
Right. So actually seeing you as who you are, in the state you're in, the condition you're in, and having the respect there emotionally for that state. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is, let's say you think about the spirit world for a moment. Let's say a person who's in the hells asks for some help from a celestial spirit. What does the celestial spirit do in order to give that help?
They go to them.
They go to them. In the going to them, what happens?
They turn the brightness down
To the same level
as the person.
Okay. So the only way the person can now tell they're different is by the feelings they feel from them.
Yeah.
And if the person isn't feeling, how can they feel what the celestial spirit feels? They can't, can they?
No.
No.
But
So you can't feel what I feel. You have no capacity to feel what I feel at this stage.
so, what about the feelings of love and care, though?
Yep.
Or do you mean just your feelings about everything? That
About everything. My
Okay.
feelings about everything. You don't know what they are. You can feel at times my feelings for you when I'm there
yes.
with you.
Yeah, but can we even
But
say that?
as soon as I'm out of your vicinity, what do you feel? He's got it in for me.
Yeah.
Which that tends to indicate we weren't surrendered to the feelings
Correct.
in your company.
In the first place, right?
Yeah, most people don't. And it's a normal thing. I'm not saying it's unusual. I'm not saying you're going to be able to change it either. It's the way it is for a person who's not yet feeling their own feelings.
Right.
It's only the people who are feeling their own feelings that can start to feel mine. Makes sense?
Mm.
So you don't know what I feel. And so this is why many of you look at me intently examining what I do and how I look and what I say, and you're trying to work it all out still because you can't feel. See, if you could feel, you wouldn't need to work out anything.
You just know that you're Jesus, basically.
You'd also know that I'm a kind fellow who loves you, and you'd also know that I'm never going to say something that's not in your interest to hear. You would know all that about me. You wouldn't, and you'd know that whether you walked away and you were on the other side of the world or you're here with me. You would know that. You'd feel it from me, actually. Right, but most of you don't.
I've had moments where I do have that towards
Only when
you.
you're with me.
Only when I'm with you, when I feel love to you, for you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that sometimes, and I cry
Yeah, but are they your feelings?
a little bit. I'd say maybe.
Well,
I know my guide. I know his feelings.
So what does he feel about me?
Man, it makes me cry if I feel his feelings.
Yeah, so they're his feelings, right? He's trying to show you, why don't you feel this way, you know?
Yeah, it's just very intense feelings of gratitude for you and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's full on.
Mm. Mm. Just other feelings you don't want to feel. Because you see, if you feel those, people will say to you things like, oh, but you just have this soft spot for Jesus now, and now whatever he tells you to do, you'll do. That's not how it is, but that's what people have accused you of doing, and that's what you feel bad about doing. You want control of your own life. You want the illusion that you have control of your own life. And so people don't like other people saying that about them, you know. Many of you are not even open enough to say you come here on a Saturday to anybody in your life, right? And the reason why you're not is because you don't want to hear what they've got to say about you coming here.
But Joe, I share that with people.
I know you do.
And I feel the judgment, like even at the school, you know, I'm talking to someone and I'm like, my friend, I feel is Jesus, and straight away, what's wrong with you, man? That's a rejection. Right. You've lost it.
And can you see how that confronts the arrogance? Like the projections of others confront the feelings within you, and you don't want to feel those feelings, and so then you back off. And these are normal. And what I'm saying, these are all part of things you need to surrender to.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the first century, I said to people, if you want to have a relationship with God, you're going to have the relationship with the person He sent forth, right?
Yeah.
It's just a fact.
But then I leave it and I feel bad because I'm like, man, like Jay's my friend, and I've just not stuck up for him.
Well, yeah. But why? See, if you surrender, you'll find out why. And a lot of us have a lot of emotions about how we look and how we're perceived in the environment and how others perceive us and what they think about us, and We worry about all those things so much, and these are all errors that we need to leave us, but because we're not surrendered to the emotions, they never do. There were many people, like I said to Peter before I died, what he was going to do. Right? There's a record of that in the Bible, that he was going to deny me 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
That he was one of the people who followed us around followed me around, didn't like following Mary at all, but followed me around for nearly 3 years of his life, like where he literally was in every place I was almost for 3 years, right? And yet, obviously in that time, there's a lot of people who saw him with me, right, in that time. And yet when he was in the position where he had to own up to it, because of the threat of his life,
he backed out of it.
that's because of not wanting to surrender to feelings.
Yeah, I don't even know that verse, but I had that come to me twice this week, just thoughts about that.
Yeah.
About, it just was like, I thought Peter just, and I've not even read that part of the Bible. It just came to me, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, and it came when I speak with this other teacher at the school, and I felt what you're doing.
He's trying to help you with the feeling. You see, it's the same feeling he had.
Right.
You don't understand how strong those feelings can get, you know. Many of you don't understand that put in the situation where I might die versus you speaking up and you might die, you'll let me die.
And that's sad.
Well, not really. I don't think it's sad, but because I've felt my emotions about it. But I know it will happen if in the circumstance. So I don't know what's going to happen to me. Even yet, on earth this time, I don't know what's going to happen to me because I know I'm surrounded by people who have no courage when it comes to truth. Right? And almost everybody who hears truth worldwide has very little courage yet because of what they don't want to surrender to.
So, so part of it is part of like us not being like that. So for me, it's the arrogance. I'm not willing to feel the feelings under the arrogance.
I'm not saying it's the only thing. I'm just saying it's the thing that stops you from dealing with everything else. So it's your next thing.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's not going to be the only thing. There's going to be a long list of things. But it's your next thing. And you need to learn how to feel it so you can feel it in you. See, at the moment, you don't think you have it, which is denial of it. It's denial of the feeling. And while you're denying the feeling, you will not have it. And if you don't have it, you will never get underneath it. Ever. You won't ever feel what's there underneath.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So you need to learn how to have it and to recognise it and feel it. You see, what I love about God's way is this. You will become so sensitive that every single feeling a human can have, you will be able to describe.
In the moment.
Through your feelings, you'll be able to describe every single feeling a person can have. Right? Because you've actually felt what they feel like. And this is a good thing. So you know how some people feel despair. You will know what that feels like. When people feel ecstatic, you will know what that feels like too. You know, any emotion that you could ever experience, you will know what they feel like. Right? And this is a good thing.
And is that because you've already felt them yourself? Correct. So you understand, you've got the compassion.
Not only that, you've got this internal recognition of this is what that feeling feels like. Right? So when I speak to many of you, you think I'm angry when I'm not, because you don't know the difference between anger and firm.
Yeah.
You have no idea the difference. You think when somebody gets firm with you, they're angry with you. And it's because a lot of times in the past...
From childhood,
that's exactly what happens, right? And you think if somebody's firm with you, then they're angry with you. And so many of you think that if somebody even just criticises you about one thing, they're angry with you, right? You even think that. And I'm going, well, that's not true. You know, you're in the state where you are only able to resonate with the feelings you currently have.
Yep.
So this is what I'm talking about, your design, right? If you think of the soul like a big antenna. I don't know if most of you know much about electronics, right? There's only a few in the room, probably do. But The way an antenna works is that, you know, an antenna is made at a certain height in order to catch a certain frequency that is best caught at its most amplitude at that height, right? And so the antenna has got to be a multiple of a frequency of the wave in order for it to catch the wave. So our sound gear here is working that way. These antennas here are tuned into a certain frequency. At the moment, they're tuned in from 480, I think they are megahertz, to 600 megahertz, which is 600 million cycles a second. And this little transmitter that I've got on my backpack is tuned into the same, but this one's a 1/8 wave, and that one's one full wave. And so, because it's a multiple of each other, it can catch the transmission. Then it goes through a system and gets demodulated, and it comes out where the sound is on top of that, and it gets transmitted through the speakers, and that's how you hear it. So this is the thing that's happening. That's good, and it's you could say there's resonance between the antenna and what's happening, the frequency that's coming at it. You understand? It's the same with your emotions. You are resonant with emotions that you do connect with. So let's say you have an arrogance.
You can then feel that same resonance in another.
Then what will appeal to you are the other people who are arrogant.
Yeah.
They'll appeal to you.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're in resonance with each other. So you're in resonance with each other's sin. So it appeals to you. It sort of makes you feel like, oh, I feel good around this person. This is cool. This person likes me. I like them. It's wonderful. Wherein you could call it codependence, but it's a resonance. And it's because arrogance has a certain flavour of a feeling that every person on the planet can feel.
Yeah.
And but most people don't know they're feeling it. They just feel. Some people feel a terrible feeling around it, so they're not in resonance with it at all. Some people feel a neutral feeling around it, which is more like how I feel, right? And then some people feel like a great affinity to it, which is how you feel. You follow? So when somebody comes along who is arrogant, you love them. I've seen you do it, like with people. You love them. You work with them. You want to do things for them. You're even prepared to even sacrifice a bit of your life for them. Actually.
Yeah. I felt that actually.
Yeah. But someone comes along who's humble, right? Now there's no resonance between those two feelings. So you can't understand them. You know, what's he doing? What's he talking about? I don't understand what's going on. I feel confused around him all the time.
Isn't literally humility the total opposite of arrogance?
Well, not really. There's a lot involved in humility, and arrogance is just one
It's
quality.
just one thing. Yeah. Okay.
But generally, a humble person is not going to try to put you down, make you feel inferior or superior. See, arrogance demands that somebody treats you as you're the superior. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So arrogance requires, in order for it to be resonant, requires that somebody comes along and either treats you like you're a great guy, actually. Now, there's only two people that are going to treat an arrogant person like they're a great guy.
Either an arrogant person or
Another
someone who actually is worried about the arrogant person and wants them to think good of them.
Correct.
Yeah.
The other two. The other two you'll resonate with. Everybody else you won't resonate with. You won't even be attracted to spend any time with them. You won't want to spend any time with them. You won't see them as potential friends. You won't see them as brothers and sisters even. You just won't. You feel, well, we're in this arrogant party together, and unless you agree we're great, or you're within me with the party we're all great, you're not in agreement with me. So I'm not going to resonate with that. Yeah. Now, we are like these antennas. Our soul have been designed as an antenna for all emotion, and a transmitter and a receiver of all emotion. Sin determines the flavour.
Right.
Or love determines the flavour. Right? So both ends of the spectrum. You could say sin is the evil end of the spectrum, isn't it? So if you look at the flavour of emotion, right, you could say on one end of the scale is your sin, which is actually the creation of evil.
Yeah.
And then on the other end of the scale is God's definition of love, which is what could be defined as good. And then there's human love, which is a subset of that.
Yep.
You follow me? Somewhere on the scale. Perfected human love is without sin. So in this part here, you've got sin. From this part to... And this goes on forever now, doesn't it? This is an infinite scale if you think of God's love as infinite, right? But here you can see there's a transitional point where you become perfected in human love, right? But not in God's. And then there's where you become perfected in God's love but not knowing the extent of it. And that just continues forever then to infinity, right? And when you're in this state here, certain things are going to resonate with you and you're going to agree with them. But when you get to this state here, you will no longer agree with them, right? You'll feel, in fact, oh, that feels terrible.
Yeah.
You understand?
That's once you've awakened to the sin.
Correct.
Yeah.
Not just awakened to it, but actually felt through it and be forgiven for it. Yes.
Okay, right.
When you've done the entire process of the sin, you get to the point where the sin, that sin that caused you to be there is gone.
Yeah.
So now when you're here and you look back at that, whenever you go back there, you will feel, wow, that was a really dark place I was in.
Yeah.
Whoa. You know, and you'll be able to feel the difference, the contrast, right? Interestingly enough, the same applies this way. If I'm here, looking this way, when somebody here comes to me, I feel, I don't resonate with that person. There's something wrong with them. Like, I don't get them. They're saying things to me I don't understand, and I don't grasp, and I don't agree with them. Maybe, you know, it's weird because you sort of feel like you're loved, but at the same time you feel like you're being criticised.
Yeah.
This is how you feel with me, right?
Yeah.
You feel like, on one hand, you feel loved and respected, but on the other hand, you feel like, no, there's a problem here. He's got it in for me. What's wrong going on with him, you know? And so this causes you then to dismiss the person
who's giving you the love and truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understand? And this is why you've read in the Paget messages, it's hard to think of heavenly things in hell.
Yep.
This is why. Because when you're there in hell, any contrast to the hell feels like even more hell in a lot of ways. That's why, you know, the way the spirit world's been designed is you will be in the location that matches your condition because that is the most comfortable place for you. And so if you're arrogant, the most comfortable place for you is with other arrogant people or with people who look up to your arrogance. That's the most comfortable place. Any other place is not going to feel comfortable for you and you won't even feel attracted to doing it. Right? The same applies with every injury you have. It develops a level of comfort at that position, and anything that there are certain things that are complementary to it. In other words, it's like if I'm in a superior condition and you think I am superior, then that's great. But if you think I'm equal, I'm thinking you're putting me down.
Yeah.
I'm greater than you, and you're saying we're equal? How dare you think such a thing? You know what I mean? That's how you would feel.
Yeah.
So it's all about the perspective you have is governed by the emotions you have, and unless you surrender to the emotions, it's impossible to change the perspective. You can try to intellectually adjust your perspective, but you're always going to come back to the fact that you feel the way you feel. And that's not changing until you actually go through the feeling of it. Right?
Yep.
And so the only way to go through the feeling of it is to surrender to it. You can't actually go, I'm going to plan to go through the feeling of it. It's like, oh yes, I know I'm arrogant. So
I'm going to do my journaling about it.
I'm going to journal about it, think about it, all that kind of stuff. Ponder, reflect. Well, some of those things are soul things. And some of them are intellectual things. The intellectual ones are not going to help you. Yep. Soul things are like learning how to feel it, teaching yourself how to feel your arrogance, and actually feeling it. That's a soul thing. And then if you do that, then you'll get through it. You'll get down why you want it so much.
Yeah.
Right? Because a person who's arrogant wants it a lot. And the reason why they want it are varied. There's many reasons underneath why they might want it. Makes sense?
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. But if you can understand that when you're in a certain position or condition, there are certain people and feelings that are very complementary to that condition. And that you can be in the hells and there'll be people complementary to that condition. An example, that's why they have the term birds of a feather flock together. That's why there's the Bible scripture that says bad associations spoil useful habits. There's all of these things that have been said historically, which all do point out to the average person that who I associate with tells me a lot about me. If I can't bear the people who are positive, then I like being negative. Right? If I can't bear the people who are equal, then I like being either superior or inferior.
Yeah.
Right? If I can't bear people who are homosexuals, then I've got some major sexual injuries that I've got to work through, because there's a reason why there's a lack of resonance. 15% around about of all people God designed are homosexual, so that means you're not resonant with God's design in that regard. So there must be a reason, right? Some feelings within. It's the same when I'm racially prejudiced, or I've got I just don't like maths.
You don't like maths?
Yeah.
Mathematics?
Yeah, just a simple thing like that. I'm out of harmony with my design. Look, your soul's been designed to live by maths. So if you don't like it, then there must be something wrong with you.
And does that affinity continue? Let's say you climbed out of the hells finally.
Yep.
And you're in the second sphere or the
Yep.
third sphere, and then do you still have like those issues where you still only want the comfort, or do you get to a place like, let's say, the third sphere, where you're just like, I'm just going to be comfortable. Okay, no worries.
Well, it depends what path you're on there, doesn't it? You can be in the third sphere, but using your intellect to progress, right? Or be in the third sphere and using your emotion, with God. So there's two ways to get to the third sphere, and whoever you'll feel more infinity with is who you'll be with.
Right.
Yeah. So you're going to be with the people who you're drawn to, and the main reason why you're drawn to them is because of the affinity you have with them for whatever reason. Right? Now that will continue, even once you're at one with God, you will have affinity for some, but it will be based on personality.
Yeah, so if you've got matching desires or similar desires, they're the people you're just going to hang around with more, right?
More, yeah. So the people I hung around with more after I became a one with God were the people who had the same desire to teach people about that truth that I had, and that were wanting to help in that experience and so forth.
Yeah.
Right. And so they are the people we spent most of our time, not all, because you like spending time with all variety of people, but the people who you just sort of develop a life where you do your work, you'll be drawn to the ones who want to work in the same areas of fascination that you have.
Yep.
You follow? But when it's in the hells, it's the very same. If I love drugs, I'm going to be attracted to all the people who supply drugs and use drugs. And does that make sense?
I want to overcloak people on earth who are taking drugs and all of that.
Yeah, all that. All that will happen as a natural consequence. That's the law of attraction. That's how it works. So what most of us don't realise, though, is the law of attraction is governed not by our thoughts.
By the feelings.
By our soul condition, our feelings, our desires, our passions, our longings. The thoughts are a part of that, they produce thoughts, but it's the feelings and longings and passions and desires that govern what I will do. So this is what I'm saying to all of you, is that when you want to surrender to a feeling, you will find that you won't even recognise the want anymore. You will just be in the feeling. To recognise the want means you're not in the feeling yet. If that makes sense to all of you. When you feel your feelings as you have them, it's like you only recognise them afterwards generally. Like, oh, I had that feeling. Not, I'm about to have that feeling. You follow? And so it's very interesting. It's a very interesting sort of switch that happens in a person. And in the spirit world, the third sphere is where this switch generally happens on the divine love path, where people make this sort of quite strong switch into complete surrender to their feelings. And that's why from the third sphere onwards, the two paths are very divergent from each other. So what happens is that for most people, let's say they're in the sixth sphere and they got to the sixth sphere using, all of what they believe is their intellectual prowess to get to the sixth sphere. Many of them have to go back to the third in order to be in an environment where they can make that surrender-based switch. Right?
Yeah.
And it's a very important switch that's going to happen on all of your, if you want to follow God's way, it's a very important switch that's going to happen in all of your hearts, in all of your souls. It's a very important change that has to occur. And it cannot not occur. You can't become at one with God without it occurring. It has to happen. It's one of those things that whatever your will is, too bad, it has to happen. And it's the and a lot of people avoid it for many years, and therefore they progress even beyond the third sphere without having that switch. But every time they really find God's way, they have to go back to the third sphere in order to experience that switch. Now, in the Paget messages, you'll notice there's quite a number of messages that refer to people going back to the third sphere, and that's the reason why they're back, to have that switch. So there were some that were in the sixth sphere. I think one of them who went back to the third was Sleva. She was in the sixth sphere. She'd been, I think, in the spirit world for about 15,000 years. She was an Egyptian princess. And when she heard the way, and when she, she first came to Ned and heard about it, and then what happened is after hearing about it, she came to talk to some other spirits, and Mary and I were a part of that discussion. And she eventually realised that, this is beautiful. She felt it was beautiful. Then she realised she was going to have to make this sort of switch to surrender, and she made this sort of decision quite early in that discussion, where she realised she was going to have to go back to the third sphere and go through the process emotionally that she had avoided the first time she was in the third sphere in order to have that switch. And once that switch occurred, she made progress and became at one with God, quite quickly after that. But the switch had to occur. And it's not completed until you're in the eighth sphere, the switch, but it begins in the third, where you start surrendering to pretty much everything you come against. You just don't know what you're going to come against.
The intention.
The intention, though, is set, and the will is set, but also it's not an intellectual will, and it's not an intellectual intention. It's emotionally, I start to just have the feelings as I have them, and just whatever comes up. And when you're in the third sphere, whatever comes up are third sphere things. And then when you're in the fourth sphere, whatever comes up are fourth sphere things, and fifth sphere things, and so forth, until you reach the eighth sphere. You have that experience, but there has to be this change in you. And you can actually feel the people who have made that change, right? And aside from myself, nobody on earth yet has made it. But each of you, some of you are close. Like in this room, there's probably 7 people, pretty close to 7 people who are close. Of making that switch, over to that emotional condition. But it's pretty rare as well. And the main reason why it's very rare is because of the level of control most of us want to have over our emotions. That we want to work against the way we've been made. That makes sense? We're so committed to going, but I like the way I do it, rather than the way God designed us to be.
Thank you, Jay. Thanks a lot.
So everyone feels a bit stunned. Why do you feel so stunned? Can I just ask you that? Jen.
If I heard you correctly, I heard you say that in order for you to be yourself, you have to dull yourself down because of our my emotional condition contributes. Did I hear that correctly?
No, I don't. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that you will see me as the same as you see yourself. You will see me. So it's like a person in the first sphere. If somebody in a more higher condition of love comes to them, they don't see them as a celestial spirit. They see them as another person in the first sphere would be seen. So that's how many of you see me. You see me. You think I've got the same faults you have. You think I've got the same feelings you have. You think that I feel the same way you feel about things, and I don't. But you don't know that because see. Then this is something that we notice a lot when we're travelling. In particular, we notice a lot where people are presuming things about Mary and myself that are nothing to do with Mary or myself. They are to do with how the person feels, not about how we feel.
I feel guilt inside of me, and I feel that I need to apologise to you publicly because I feel. I feel
why?
that.
But this is
I feel that
this is
I've
you now acting in an addiction.
Is it an addiction?
Of course, yeah.
Well, then
Well, you feel
sorry for
bad.
that
You need to
too.
learn how to feel bad for yourself without having other people to share in your bad feelings. You follow me?
Okay.
So I'm not saying these things to make you feel bad either, by the way. I'm just saying it's a reality. You're not going to be able to see the people who do not have the same feelings you have. You're going to see the people who have the same feelings you have, or have what I would call complementary feelings, like I just said to Nikki. So, the example I gave to Nikki was, if he's in a state of arrogance, he needs two different types of people to feel good. He knows a group of arrogant men, preferably, not women, because women are like, Rrr. If a woman's arrogant, you don't really feel that attracted to them, right? So it has to be men, and it has to be arrogant men, or it has to be anybody else who feels they're lesser than me, and feels like they aspire to be me, right? They're the people I'll feel attracted to. So that's for arrogance. With guilt, which is another thing you like doing, Jen, right? Well, and which is, by the way, a sin too, like in the sense of it's a manufactured guilt. It's not a real feeling. So why do you like doing that? Oh, because you think it's going to calm people down and make people feel better about you, right? I already feel good about you. I already love you. I've loved you from the day I met you, right? You know that, right? So how you treat me has no bearing on how I feel about you. But I'm not saying how you treat me is very good. I'm just saying it has no bearing on how I feel about you. Right? Many of you don't know that about me. You think that it does have a bearing, but it doesn't. Right? Because I love you. That's why I want to teach you the truths that are going to help your life, right? And I'm not invested in your life, telling you what to do in your life, as you now know. I think at the beginning when you met me, many of you thought I would be, right, invested in telling you what to do. But as you now know, I'm not invested in telling you what to do at all. However, I am very much hopeful that you'll listen to God's truth so you can be happy. My goal is your happiness, right? And not just yours, but everyone I meet, as Mary knows. My goal is that they are, able to become happier through the process of meeting. Yep. So you don't have to say anything in apology to me. I will feel, when you're sincere, I will feel, oh, Jen's dealt with that.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Standing? Are we on to... Do we get with clarity the importance of surrendering to your feelings? Not really.
Not really.
Okay. And if you think about it, you think about all the things I've talked to many of you for maybe 15 years, right?
Yeah.
Many of the times I've talked to you about your emotions, haven't I? Can you see why? Because without surrendering to them and learning how to surrender to them, this sort of switch or transition is not really possible. And you don't understand the limitations of a life lived without having that switch either. It's a really important transition to make, and if you can sort of grasp the difference, it's like being, the way I often think about it for myself, it's like being in a dark room where everything's black and then walking into the bright sunlight. That's how it sort of feels when you make this sort of switch. You start seeing everything before that you didn't want to see or that you couldn't see. Another way I've likened it to you before is like this sort of bright awareness of everything. Remember how I've said to you many times that when I was 30 I was clueless. Like I had a lot of things going on in my life of which I barely knew anything about at all. Like, I didn't understand why I was experiencing them, what was going on, why it was happening. You know, I didn't understand how people felt, how I felt, how even my partner felt, my children felt. I didn't grasp any. I was so shut down to feelings, right? 5 years later, I was almost in a complete different state, where I went through this transition of just accepting my feelings, surrendering to my feelings. And 5 years later, I was so aware now, much more aware of what was going on around me, all the experiences. And there's so much joy that brings you, because you're not confused anymore. You know, most of us are sort of stumbling around, aren't we, a lot of times? Like, I don't know, sometimes I think of myself before then, it was like walking around, you know, like with my eyes closed, you know, like trying to make a life, you know. And then once I had that sort of transition, it's like, okay, now I can choose a direction and head in that direction. I know what I'm doing now. I'm aware now of what I'm doing more. It's sort of like it was a huge change in your life when you go through that sort of transition. And it's hard to describe these things unless you actually, like, many of you in the future, I feel, will have the experience, and then you'll look back at what I said today and you go, now I know what you mean. Do you know what I mean? That's how it works. It's not, if somebody had told me beforehand that I was going to that was going to happen, I wouldn't have even understood what they were saying to me. I wouldn't have had any understanding at all what they meant. Yeah.
So with not having someone like you teaching you what to do, what did that transition, the start of that transition look like? What was that?
I had to surrender. I had to make the choice to surrender to my feelings.
And what kind of
feelings do they?
No, what kind of made it that bad? Almost.
It got very bad.
My life got bad. Yeah. You know. Yeah, I was alone pretty much.
And also, Jesus has this lovely quality of being a very principled person. And so...
Even before he's actually worked through any emotions?
Even before he really had God's principles back, you know, in his conscious awareness, he was very principled about certain things. And so, this is me answering for you, but I saw you looked quite puzzled.
No, it's good.
So what happened was, in your sharing with me and my knowledge of you, is that his principles, he was so shut down emotionally, but his principles were leading him to make certain changes in his life to the point where he couldn't keep the emotions under control anymore.
Yeah.
And then...
And I just had to vomit.
Things started vomiting, yeah.
And was that like something you kind of set up before you came back? Like you knew, like, these I'm going to go with
Well, now I know,
parents.
yes, but I didn't know that at the time,
Yeah.
no. Like, you know a lot of things afterwards, but not at the time. I didn't understand.
So it was a lot to do with your parents' emotions that you developed, that you had quite strong principles anyway.
No, nothing to do with my parents.
That's a soul quality.
Okay,
That's a soul
and that was
quality.
from because of before. Right?
Yeah, my parents are very unprincipled. Yeah.
But
Who
Jesus,
knows them.
but Jesus, as a young boy, learnt principles. They were very rigid principles in his religion at that time.
Ironically, my parents didn't have those principles that I learnt in the same religious faith that they were in.
And what was going on there? what was.
Well, they just
That's-
appealed to me.
That's a personality thing as well.
Mm.
Show one of the 14 a principle, and their feeling is, principles are what you live by. It just, before you sort of feeling yourself, sometimes you pick up the wrong principle.
Yeah. So it was like my life got that bad that it was either die or feel. And, and quite a lot of it I did actually physically vomit through as well, by the way. Like,
You had a lot of physical symptoms.
I had a lot of physical symptoms, as well as emotions, So that some nights I spent the whole night just vomiting, like physically vomiting, just working through fear, for example. Other times it was just like terrified a lot and working through that. And like when I say working through, I didn't work through it in the sense of like you're thinking. I just felt it all, felt through it all, went through these experiences, and because mostly I lived alone, nobody else saw it, and that was good because I didn't have the opportunity to dump it on anybody else. I think if there was somebody living with me, I might have, but particularly at the beginning, but because nobody wanted to even live with me at all, I didn't have that opportunity either to sort of share my feelings with somebody.
And was that almost kind of a benefit in a way?
Yeah, it was great. It taught me a lot that I had to own my own feelings, have them, feel them. I could handle them. I could cope with them. I found out I could handle crying for 7 hours a day. There was a period of time where I did that for nearly probably close to 18 months. Yeah. And the only time I would stop was at that time my boys were I would share custody of Tristan and Caleb. And the only time I stopped was when I had to look after them. That was it. So yeah, it was very good. I learned I can handle I can handle emotion.
Enough to teach about it.
I had to be able to teach about it. You understand? It's you have to go through the experiences before you can teach anything. To be honest, nobody's going to be able to teach divine truth until they go through it. The celestial spirits have all gone through the same experience that I have, and so that's why they can teach it to others. All of you, at some point, to teach it to others, you're going to have to go through it yourself. That's the only way you're going to be able to teach it to others. And it's really good too, because when you make that shift, you don't need anybody advising you about other people not having made the shift. Once you've made it, it's like the resonance means that straight away, no, they haven't made that shift yet.
It's weird. It's a bit of a different example, but I really like things like jiu-jitsu, and it's like someone could have a blue belt or a brown belt, but they suck. And it's like you got a brown belt, but you don't feel like a brown belt. It's a silly example. But
Yeah, I don't know if I'd agree with jiu-jitsu.
No.
Are you saying you can feel the people who really earned their brown belt?
Yeah. And you're like, okay, you feel like a brown belt.
Yeah.
You've got a facade of a brown belt, but you've got a brown belt.
Yeah, that's right. And that's true. There's you see it often in other things, don't you, where there's people who love tennis and who, but then there's people who make it their life. There's people, and there's people who love truth, and then there's people who make it their life. It is their whole life. To become a one with God, that's what you're going to have to do.
And can I draw together a few things that we've been talking about recently, because few people felt flummoxed by that discussion. If we reflect on what Jesus and I emphasised a lot on our trip was about principles and the importance of principles, and you can see by Jesus' example, his very moral approach to principles led him towards a point of surrender. And then also...
It forced me into it.
Yeah.
Really.
Because he was unwilling to compromise on a principle, it helped him to break down the resistances. He reached a point where resistance was useless. It was going to happen. Yeah. And then also if we think about what we talked about in the second assistance group. Was it the second one? The global terror/rage of emotion.
Second one, I think.
Second one.
Mm.
So remember, Jesus did that beautiful diagram which showed the coming up to this global terror or anger of emotion. And then if you think about some of the things I said earlier about breaking down your global beliefs about emotion, this is the process that you are in when you're feeling really uncomfortable, understanding I want to live by principles, I'm seeking God open-heartedly, but all these things are getting jiggled up inside of me. A lot of that is the things that are supporting your global fear and terror. It's all the false beliefs driving that are getting all shook up, and that's why it feels so uncomfortable. Some of you are in that process. It feels like crap most of the time, but there's this growing strength.
Well, can I just clarify though?
Well, it doesn't feel like crap all the time.
When you're feeling, it doesn't feel like crap.
Not at all. It's when you're
only
in
when
that.
you're avoiding the feeling.
And that's why you do have these times where you're like, yes, it's all going to be good, and I have faith. And then you're like, oh no, now I'm feeling back in this turmoil. I'm going to have to give up some other false belief that's driving my resistance to global surrender.
Yeah, so I think when you surrender, you don't even feel, oh no. It's sort of just, there's no, once you make the transition, there is just no...
I'm saying when you're approaching the transition.
Yeah, in approaching the transition, there's all sorts of things that happen.
This is what you're breaking down so that you reach this point where there's never an oh no anymore, and you're always in this place like, oh.
There's an oh yes.
Yeah, thank goodness. I'm just feeling myself all the time. This is, I feel relaxed now.
There's another emotion.
Yes, yes.
There's another one after you've had it, generally, that's it. When you're in it, it's like, you just have it. And then you go, well, there goes another one. Yeah.
But as you're breaking down, I guess I'm trying to give a little bit more context to some of the other things we've spoken about, isolated to this talk about principles, about global terror and anger, and how it's relating to what Jesus is talking about your design, which is on the other side of that global resistance. That's when you're living in harmony with your design and loving it. And as you're coming up to it, there's work you are doing. It's not surrender yet, but you have to do some work there to reach a point where you just go, oh, I'm vomiting forever now. Or it doesn't feel like vomiting anymore, but it feels like a freedom in your emotional self.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to be, and a lot of you are worried about it. That's why you don't want to be there, but it's actually great. So it's sort of like the thing you're worried about, you don't have to worry about so much. So one of the things that helped me a lot was understanding, no, this is how God made me.
Yeah.
This is how God made me to be.
And when you're seeking God's opinion, you start to feel that, oh, no, this is how God made me, and it's not just an idea anymore, it's a knowledge. And also you start to feel like, this is why the principles are so important. I'm building a strength inside of me, which is not just about principle, but about one of the principles is that I feel everything all of the time. And so it's like a breaking down and a building up sometimes in that process before you hit the surrender is what it feels like to me, because I haven't had the experience Jesus had, which was sort of like, and I couldn't...
Well, you've not had the surrender yet.
That's right, but I also haven't... I think everyone, to reach the point of surrender, has to have the experience that you had where you say, no principle shall be broken by me. It's just that...
Not just that, it's also, I am going to feel what I feel right now.
Yes.
Like...
That's a principle. Yeah.
There's no other way out of this.
Yes. And it's sort of pointless to do anything else.
Yeah. And also, why would you want to do anything else?
Yeah.
Because everything else you do was going to be a sin.
Yeah. And what a waste of time, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was about extremes. You know, in our modern life, we're very adept at avoiding extremes.
Well, that's about control, isn't it?
Yeah, we have so much control, we want so much control that we slow the whole process down. What could take us 1 year, 5 months, ends up taking us 15 years because we're addicted to control, and it's easy to, in our society, it's very easy to obtain a sense of control.
Well, there's also other issues about that too. It's sort of like, if I can maybe give another illustration, when you're in a certain position of a certain emotion being within you. So let's say I'm arrogant. This arrogance causes me to have a tolerance level of certain. Let's say this is the depth of bad emotion, and or you could say sad or hard hard emotions to feel. And this is the scale of good emotion up the top here, right? Or emotions that are a joy to feel, right? When I'm in a state of whatever I'm in, say in the case of arrogance, I have a scale that's only capable of that area. I am going to live my life in that area. There's going to be these boundaries. This is the upper level of my happiness, and this is going to be the lower level of what I will allow. And I'm just going to keep allowing that for the rest of my life, right, while I have that emotion. Does it make sense to it, right?
No.
What's going to happen is the arrogance is going to dictate how good I'm going to feel and how bad I'm going to feel, and I'm going to have a very low tolerance. So this is what I would classify as my tolerance level.
What I'll allow as an experience.
Well, it's really more tolerate, rather than allow, because at this stage I'm not even allowing anything really. I'm just tolerating it.
But it's not that you naturally feel that way, is the point I'm making. It's not that like, oh, I don't have any bad emotions.
No.
They're happening, but I'm not.
These are the emotions I'll let myself experience.
Yeah.
This is the tolerance to my experience, right? You understand a bit better now? So this is, while I'm arrogant, I will tolerate only these experiences, nothing else. Right? And so can you see how restrictive that is? You're not going to tolerate any better experiences, and you're also not going to understand any worse experiences. You're only going to live in that, you could say, it's like a path, isn't it? A path, a road.
A prison, you could call
It's
it.
a prison. You're in a prison, right? So while you have the emotion, you are going to tolerate the experience of only a few different experiences. So in other words, you're not going to tolerate anybody treating you as an equal. You understand? When you're arrogant, the only people you can tolerate are the people who think you're better than them, or who just like you, as good as you. They're the only people you tolerate. You're not going to tolerate being around people who think you're equal to them. Right? You just can't bear them. You're going to get angry every time you're with them. You're going to get annoyed by them. You're going to get frustrated with them. You're not going to be able to cooperate with them. This is your life. It's the path you're on, the road you're on. Your tolerance of your experience is governed by the emotion. And once you are free of the emotion, can you see what you can experience becomes greater? Right? You're not bound anymore by the prison of that emotion, which is governing your experience, right? And these are things you will understand when you go through surrender. Many of you don't grasp these things yet because you've not gone through surrender. When you go through surrender, you start realizing, that emotion caused me to have this little tolerance level of these experiences, and I wouldn't let myself have any more joy than that or any more sorrow than that. I would only allow myself to have that experience. And it's very much flavoured by what you're arrogant about here. So if you're arrogant about you being a man, then there's going to be a lot of sexual aspects to it, because of that. So we're in this sort of governed, the more you govern the emotion, in other words, not wanting to surrender, the more you are restricting your life experience and your awareness of everything. You're compressing yourself down to what I feel for myself was down to like a speck almost, as to what you could have been. Right? And by allowing the surrender process and going through the emotions and surrendering to them, you're now going through this expansive process that expands your capacity to feel and understand and to absorb and to have experiences that you can enjoy and feel joy about. And you also understand the depths of sorrow as well, because you had to go through that in order to expand. So you understand what it's like to go through it. And these are good things, ironically. That's what you come to feel, like that it's good. The problem that many of you face is that you don't feel that prospect is good. And so you're not going to let it happen. Sort of like, for many of you it feels to me like, what it feels like is You know when a person scratches their nails down a board? You know that sound? That's how it feels to me. You're holding on for dear life. Just not wanting to have the experience. Even though every new truth you learn is leading you to that experience. And this is why I find some of you quite remarkable in terms of your tolerance levels of you can listen to truth for 15 years and by now many of you are screaming at it and yet you're still not wanting to go there. But inevitably you will go there. You know, once you begin the process of God's way, you can't really stop it. Inevitably you will go there. It's just how long you scratch on the blackboard for as to how excruciating it's going to be for you. You know? And this is what I was saying to Mary this morning. I just wish that people would just go, I give up the whole fight, you know, like the whole, and just go into this place of surrender, because just have some trust that God's got you in hand and that, you know, He's designed this so you can handle it. He's designed it so the soul just knows what to do. Have some trust in that, you know. And if you do, then you'll experience the joys of those changes that I'm describing, you know. And you can experience them sooner. Like I think it took me, I went from total denial to this place of like surrendering to my feelings in about 5 months.
Really?
But I had to have a lot, like Mary said, a lot of love and principles.
Yeah, and Jay's like, just trying to remember what you said to me this morning when we were talking about it as well. Like knowing you know, principle is such an important part of who you are. It's like fundamental to who you are. But you said you just reached a point where you were like, why do it any other way? I think you said, why do it, like, why?
Why compromise on anything?
Yeah.
Ever, again.
Why not feel everything?
Like I had to say, did I love my wife? No. What am I doing living with her? I have to leave her right now. And I did. Yep. And that caused like huge amounts of problems in my life, which I then had to feel about. Like my family rejected me completely, wouldn't talk to me anymore. My friends wouldn't talk to me anymore. I was disassociated from the organisation I was with, you know, the religious organisation I was with. I went from like living with people to living completely alone, all within a period of a few months. New home, I had to get a new home, new life. And I didn't know anybody because the way I used to live my life was that we used to all associate together with the people who believed the same thing. And none of them would talk to me anymore, so that all had to change. So then I started to feel quite like suicidal. That was just another thing I had to go through. So like, I just used to sleep with a knife next to my bed to remind me that I was either dying or I was doing it. So it was like, and I didn't feel like I had the option of dying because I had 2 sons that I cared enough about by that stage to, you know, to not have to bear the burden of their father suiciding. So it was, I was going to have to feel it. And so that was just a reminder every day, just a reminder of just have to feel things, have to go through things.
And then you did that enough to the point where you realised, oh, this is how you live life, this is how you feel. Like, if you're not feeling, you're not living.
Yeah, I remember like 5 months later coming, like, so that was every day, like terrible, every day for 5 months. And when I say terrible, it was like, just like that 8-hour day crying, the rest of the time eating or sleeping, pretty much. And by the end of the 5 months, I remember having a moment where I thought, wow, I'm actually happy right now. That really surprised me, because I thought I was going to be unhappy for the rest of my life, you know. And it really surprised me that I felt happy. And also I had the feeling that I can see colour now, because I never really saw colour. I never really felt colour before. So I remember sort of noticing colours that I, like, you know, it's the difference between just seeing them and then feeling what they felt like, you know. And yeah, that all just changed within 5 months. You can change things pretty fast. It's just how prepared you are, process, you know.
Yeah, sometimes I think when you describe, you sort of like, yeah, and it was great, and I did it. But that's because you love principles so much. It's almost like...
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to let myself off the hook for it.
That's right, and sometimes when you explain things to people, you're like, well, this is a principle. Like, guys, like, as if, like, you know, when Jesus hears the principle, he's like, right, on it, you know. and then I go, but this is what you're going through. This is the breaking down.
I don't care what you go through. You got to go through what you go through. It doesn't really matter what you're going to go through. This is a principle. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, so, you know, it doesn't take long to make this transition if you really want to make it. The problem is many of us have gotten so used to comfort and control that we really want to slow things down to the point where we're really standing still. You know, we call it...
working through it. Procrastination.
Well, no, you don't call it procrastination. You call it doing what I can handle. Is what I call it. I can only
what
handle
I'm ready for.
So I'll get there when I'm ready. That's not been my experience. With that attitude, you'll never be ready. All the things you need to deal with, you're not ready. So you just need to surrender, because you're not really ready to deal with them, because you've never had those experiences before. You're not ready. But there's no way you're going to get ready either, logically, because there's a whole heap of things you haven't chosen to experience in your past that you're going to have to feel, and you chose to not feel them in the past. So you're not obviously ever going to be ready to feel them, because you haven't. When you actually had the opportunity to feel them, you didn't feel them then. so you're never going to be ready, so you need to give up the idea of being ready and just do it. So what I see, I suppose, is the attitudes have to sort of change a bit. And this is something, when we talk to our spirit friends next, we'll have a break in a minute, we'll talk to them next. This is something they'll talk to you about, this whole sort of transition place that needed to happen for them, you know, like where they had to just decide they're going to face everything and deal with it now, not later. Like for many of you, you've gotten so used to dealing with it later. Like, oh yeah, I know I've got that problem, but I'll just put it off a bit, you know? Not understanding that you can put it off our whole earth life, and also quite a substantial bit of time after that too, you can put it off. Makes sense? Like, it's far better to have the attitude, I'm going to deal with things now and get it over and done with now. It's going to have to be dealt with sooner or later, so why drag it out? There was an illustration given to John when he was on earth, the Apostle John, from the Spirit, and they said, it's like pulling out a, you know, like cactus prickle in your body. Like, is it best to do it quickly or slowly? What many of you are doing is you've got this great big thing stuck right up your arm or something, and you just go slowly, and it's like every nerve ending feels everything while you're doing it, doesn't it? You know, when you do that. But if you just go yank, it's just an intense thing, and then it's done, you know. And it's a very similar approach that I've felt. Once I've made that transition emotionally, which happened when I was around 33, it helped my life greatly, you know, to just go, there's a whole heap of bad, you know, things that I got stuck in me everywhere. I'm just going to have to rip them all out and see what happens. And what I did was I ripped out all the ones I could see. and there were a lot. And as a result, my life changed instantly. All right, so what we'll do now is we'll just do a bit of channeling. It'll be a spirit who has actually been through the experience we're sort of just been describing, but also who wants to talk a bit about the whole experience as well, not just the experience of the change. But it'll be Sonya from 2 weeks ago. So see what she has to say.
Hello, and thanks for having me.
Pleasure, Sonya.
Well, I'm very happy to speak. You spoke about many things today.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm very happy to speak about the impact beliefs had on me in that process, which was what we were going to talk about. But also, I'm very happy for you to ask me questions if you want to.
Yeah. Well, firstly, if we maybe can start with a bit of a summary of your life on Earth. And then what I'd like to do is sort of ask you about how you felt about things before you sort of became aware that you were in those things, and then how you felt about that afterwards. Do you know what I mean? Like that sort of switch in awareness.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yes, as I think or somebody said on my behalf last time, I have lived a very, probably what you would call a Catholic life in Italy. And I had a big family, had 5 children, many grandchildren, and I lived till I was in my 80s.
Died a great grandma.
Yeah. A very, very proud great grandma. Quite a bossy one in many ways. And I entered the spirit world with a lot of preconceptions about how I would be greeted and what would happen.
What were some of those preconceptions? Because you've been being a Catholic, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that there would be a lot more ceremony involved.
Yes. A song and dance sort of ceremony.
And I thought I would meet yourself, and I thought that the Holy Mother also would play a role. I felt that there would be a lot of affirmation for the life I had lived, and I also felt that it would be the end of any pain and suffering.
Yeah.
So that was very firmly in me. I felt by the time of my passing, I welcomed death, but not in a terribly, because it was so bad, my life on earth before that point, but I felt that I was somewhat prideful about the life I had lived, and while I was sad to leave my family, and I didn't have a lot of developed faith that I would sort of have an ongoing relationship with my family. I certainly felt I would be met by more family in the spirit life, and that I could somehow be a blessing on my family on earth after I passed. And I felt my husband had already passed. I felt that I would go to him. I felt we would be together forever. A lot of these things, obviously, you're already predicting didn't happen, but this was my conception. And also I had a lot of adulation from all of the family during my passing. And
you mean they sort of, during the time when you were still on earth but passing?
Yes, when I was ill.
There was a lot of honour being given to you in that time.
Yes, and so I kind of ate that up a little bit as well.
Yeah, you enjoyed that.
Yes, I felt it was validation for a life of service.
A well-lived life, and one of that you could be proud of.
Yes.
So I believe. How long ago was that, the passing?
It's
hard to calculate now.
400 years ago.
Good.
Thereabouts.
Yeah. Back in the time when things were a bit simpler on earth, maybe. Not so emotionally though.
No. We still managed to complicate quite a few things.
Okay, so once you arrived in the spirit world and a lot of these things didn't happen that you were expecting to happen, how did you feel then?
Well, it was complicated, as you might imagine. I was met by some of my family. And that was great. And by my husband, and I felt very happy about that. And while there wasn't a lot of pomp in my passing that I thought would be there.
Yeah.
I was sort of overwhelmed by the sensory process, I suppose I would say, in that I really had some kind of conceptualization in my mind that I would go on existing in my mind, I suppose. And
without too many feelings or emotions, or
yes,
but more as an awareness or as a thought process more than a feeling process.
well, I guess it was much the way that I had lived my life on earth.
Yeah.
I thought I would be an angel, I suppose.
Sort of numbing
or-
yourself out of emotion, but you wouldn't have thought of numbing. You would have thought it as good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I thought that my beliefs and my mind would carry me into an experience where I still viewed the world and existence in much the same way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so in the process of passing, it was quite overwhelming to... I did feel like I had more senses.
Yeah, can you describe that a little? Because that's something not a lot of people on Earth sort of understand, the way that the senses become a lot more raw as soon as you sort of pass. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I felt... it even felt like I felt my body more.
Yeah.
And it wasn't necessarily painful or pleasurable, but just like... I suppose it's like maybe if your arm goes to sleep and then it has pins and needles, but then when it's back, you sort of feel you're more aware of your arm again.
Yeah.
And it sort of felt like my whole body was like
More
an
alive.
arm that I
More
hadn't
alive.
ever known was there before.
Yeah.
It didn't feel invigorating. It
Yeah.
just felt like,
Yeah.
I'm in an experience that I didn't know. It wasn't exciting, it was strange.
Yeah. So maybe you now know why that happened. So maybe you could sort of describe that as to why that happened to the audience a bit, because there's things about that the audience don't understand about a life lived on Earth and how much you dull yourself to your own senses.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, so I lived a lot in my mind, and I lived a lot in my habits, I suppose,
Yeah.
on Earth. And so nothing was very new.
Yeah.
Nothing excited me very much anymore. And so I felt like when I entered the spirit world, it felt suddenly, it's not like being born, is it? But it's like somehow I reconnected with myself in my existence again.
Sort of like reconnecting to the full bodily functions.
Yes, my full body. And of course...
its pains and its pleasures.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And really the experience of having a body again. And I know also, we know, that when the physical body is discarded, obviously there is more sensory things available in the spirit body, but also it was understanding how much I had detuned myself from those senses even in my physical body when I was on Earth, because I could sort of remember then that in my girlhood I did have more sensation and pleasure and experience of my body. But obviously in the experience of life, I detuned from, in the injuries of life, I should say, I detuned from the experience of my body.
Yeah, so the correlation between numbing yourself out emotionally and detuning yourself emotionally also had a correlation with the body's senses,
Yes.
detuning yourself from your own physical body as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And so it felt very fluid to be in my body again. Yeah.
So more like a joy to be there.
Yes, yes, it did.
But also you would have been more conscious of your pains as well.
Yes, but I would say that it also felt a little bit like when I passed from the earth in my physical body, I felt pain in my physical body as like an ache or a stabbing pain or a sharp pain or a tightness or a discomfort. When I entered the spirit life, I felt like it was my body, but it was my spirit body now, sort of awakened in it. But I also, a lot of the pain started to sort of merge with emotional pain. So I could no longer just classify it as pain in my body.
Yes.
I couldn't say, oh, I've got an ache here in my chest. I felt the feeling associated
Like
with that
sadness
ache.
or
Yes.
whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that, of course, makes you more susceptible, doesn't it, to feeling the emotion
That's right.
as a result.
It's like on the cusp of feeling it,
Yeah.
because I can't just say, oh, it's a separate thing in my body. It felt like a part of me.
Yeah. And this is a common pattern on earth, isn't it? People detune so much emotionally that they go, oh, my body symptoms have nothing to do with my emotions.
Yes, and that was the state I was in when I passed.
Yeah. Whereas now you could see your body symptoms and your emotions were very much joined together.
Yeah, for sure.
So what effect did that have on you then? Did you start then being able to feel those emotions better?
No. I needed to do quite a lot.
Because there was
of
quite a
work.
lot of work in your mind where you're denying, not wanting to surrender, wanting control, wanting power.
Yes, all these things that you've been talking about today.
Yeah.
And the feeling that I also sort of had a belief that, well, pain must be endured, not resolved, even when it was in my physical body.
Almost like a religious belief, that one.
Yes.
For you,
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a lot of beliefs based in my religious culture,
Yeah.
I suppose you would
Yeah.
call it now.
Yeah.
But so I sort of had this feeling of almost a girlish feeling in my body of everything being more fluid, but at the same time a feeling of, oh, there's a sadness here, and there's a sort of a deep hurt here, a terror and sort of shame here. But I just thought again, well, it's something that I will have to endure.
Carry.
Yeah, carry.
Before you passed, did you think you would have those things?
No. I thought it would be
Sort of
blissful. Yeah. But also...
So did that make you feel angry at any time, or did you feel more just accepting of it?
I think I was more accepting initially, anyway. I mean, initially, I didn't really have many thoughts about what was happening.
Yeah.
I was
It was sort of just happening.
engrossed in what was happening. After time, that's when I started to sort of re-examine, I suppose, the beginning of re-examining some of my beliefs, because after some time of having entered the spirit life, once I had adjusted to this new existence or new way of experience, if I call it that, then I started to have the capacity to reflect and say, oh, this is not how I thought it would be. I believed all my life that it would be something different. Where is Jesus? Where is the Holy Mother? Where
when
is...
you say the Holy Mother, some people might not understand that in the audience.
Your mother?
Yeah, you mean my Mother Mary.
Yes,
Yep.
yes. And where is the... sort of the reward. I wouldn't have used the word reward, but that's
sort of sitting at the right hand of God, like the throne that I was promised almost.
Yes, but of course, most people on earth, I didn't really have a full idea of what that would be, but I knew that I wasn't living what my beliefs sort of said it would be. And I did have a period of, I suppose it's a darkness or a depression, where I felt, well, if this is my existence now, I didn't have a lot of sense of being able to, what you would call, progress. So I didn't have a sense of something being different. I just felt
locked into where you were now.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But it wasn't hell,
No,
because you'd lived a moral life.
Yes.
So it wasn't hell.
no,
But
but
what was it?
well, it was pretty average, pretty very domestic, like I had lived. There was a house in the village, and it wasn't extremely beautiful, but it wasn't extremely horrible, and it was actually not as nice as my house on earth, but not by a long way. And so...
And was your husband there, or by this time had he progressed further?
Yeah, he had gone.
Yeah.
He was there when I arrived.
Yeah, to welcome you.
Yes, yes. But then he sort of explained to me that he had a different home that I couldn't come to, which I was upset about that. But I wasn't a woman who was prone to
sort of
deep levels of rage.
flamboyant rage or whatever.
That's
Yeah.
right. Unlike other people in my culture, but I wasn't prone to that kind of expression.
Yeah,
I had more of a, I suppose it was more of a,
sort of calm acceptance of it.
yes, but in a lot of ways sort of stoic.
Yeah,
And also I feel the acceptance part is very strong, that I must accept where I am placed.
yeah,
And this was a lot to do with how I believed myself to be as a woman,
mm-hmm.
and also how I just believed life was.
Mm-hmm.
You accepted where you were put, if you like, by God or by circumstance,
Yeah,
and you made the best.
yeah, yeah.
And so then I had some dark times where I felt like, well, it doesn't seem like there's anything for me to do here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a family. I started a small garden,
Yeah.
but that also didn't become very beautiful.
And it didn't do very well.
No, but not very badly. It was
No.
just very mediocre,
Just
everything.
average, yeah.
Yes.
So no great, fantastic botanical garden or
No.
anything.
And I was used to the idea of living on Earth where if I put in more physical effort, there would be
Yeah.
more reward.
So you put more physical effort and the garden didn't get better.
No,
No.
no.
Mm.
It didn't get worse, but
No,
it didn't get better.
either.
Yeah. So this was my life, and so I did spend time alone, just in my home,
Yeah,
feeling quite sad and confused.
yeah,
Why didn't it work out the way that I wanted? But also, should I just be getting on with it? Or I felt very lonely, of
Yeah.
course, because I'd had a very strong
Family.
family life.
yeah. So at this stage you were living alone,
Yes.
and did you have many visitors?
Yes. But the nature of the visitors changed. So
Yeah.
initially it was more people living in the same location as me.
Yeah, so like neighbours and...
Yes. And many of them, of course, you understand,
Mm.
but they shared a similar feeling or mindset or however you want to call it.
And how did you find that? Like,
Well, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't very good. It was very mediocre. It was
so nothing outstanding happening.
a bit boring, to
Boring,
be
yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
And I was used to also putting energy into my children, into
Yeah.
my grandchildren, so that they would blossom.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed that. They impressed me. That didn't seem to work with the people where I was either. I couldn't give a lot to them and then they blossom.
Yeah.
It was just everyone stayed much the same, and they didn't seem to be open to receiving input from me, and
What
not
you
in
were
a
wanting to give.
yes.
Yeah. Mm.
I know now because I had very similar feelings to myself, where they felt their role was to
Be the giver.
be the giver and build others up, and
Mm.
yeah, and so it was quite
So how long did that go on for?
challenging.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, it's hard to say. Maybe a year.
Yeah.
From when I passed to when, of course, because the visitors changed. After what I called my dark period,
Yeah.
where I tried to put energy into the things around me, the garden, the people, even the home, and nothing seemed to improve. And I didn't even feel satisfied because I was used to the external things giving me a sense of satisfaction and worth and purpose.
Yeah.
That was all gone. So then I went through a period of giving that all up. Not in a, I should give this up because it's not working, but just I give up. Because
Surrender's it's not working, that's it, I can't do it anymore. That kind of feeling, or?
Not so much like that. More
No.
like I give up because nothing works, and now I just feel sad because
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
what to do.
Yeah, gotcha.
Not that maybe there's a problem in what I'm trying to do. Just
yes.
that why doesn't it work here? It should. So
Mm.
that was part of my beliefs, obviously.
Mm.
And then after that dark period, which has probably lasted about a month, where I really almost did nothing.
Yeah, which is not very long, really, is it?
No.
Compared to what a lot of people experience.
Yes. Although it wasn't over at the end of that, but I started to attract better visitors.
Yeah. When you say better visitors,
Yes.
that's fine.
Well, people who came to me and started to open me up to the idea that perhaps there was a way to change, but it wasn't through my physical effort.
Yeah.
And that perhaps some of my beliefs were wrong.
Yeah.
And even they were so gentle, these people,
Yeah.
initially. Initially, the first person came, I was in my bedroom, as I often was in that time, and crying. And I started to wonder, what is the point? What is the point of anything? And a very, very kindly woman came, and she just sat with me and stroked my hair and just said, there's a different way. And that's...
And you did, and waited for you to ask what it was.
Yes. And that's about all that I sort of tolerated. I didn't even ask her that day. She came again the next day, and the same thing happened. And it took 3 days before I asked her, what do you mean? I was, I suppose it wasn't that I was angry with her, I just felt sort of...
You didn't even think to ask her?
No. Yeah, so once I asked, she began to explain to me. She actually explained to me the 2 paths that were available to me, and which is precious.
Yeah, it's great, isn't
Yes.
it? Because many people don't have that experience either, do they?
No. So she was a very wise woman who became my guide for many years, I suppose, and helped me a lot through many transitions. And so she talked to me about... hang on. I'm just trying to... I think she's telling me it was Sage, but I don't know if the timeline works like that.
I think it might do.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway. And so she helped me to understand the 2 parts, and to understand that... and that I had this choice to relate to God, because God wasn't absent from my beliefs, but certainly absent from any strong... I believe you were God, really, in my heart. And so she explained to me the truth about God, and she sort of explained that I could approach God in 2 different ways. One was through my effort, through my humility, but not through a direct relationship. And the other way was to really seek out God with an open heart and seek out God's love and truth and God's kingdom, is what she called it. Yeah. And I had to take some time to consider it. Mainly because one of my beliefs was that I shouldn't want for the thing that was the most glorious. I should want for the thing that was more suited to my purpose, what I believed was my purpose, which was... So I nearly chose the natural way because I thought that I had that belief about myself.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? What we choose based on the emotions that govern the choice. Yeah, so you had those emotions of serving others, obviously, that sort of partially would have motivated you towards that sort of second choice rather than the God's way choice. But when you did make the choice, do you remember what caused you to make the choice for God's way instead of...
Yeah, so it took me some months to make the choice, and in that time Sage would visit me and just talk to me about some of her experiences, but also the possibilities of things that I hadn't seen yet. And it helped me to open up to this sadness that I had about from when I was first married, where I stopped seeking things that were new, that were outside of my experience, that were different places, different experiences, because...
And that you believed were unattainable as well, hey?
I felt they were unattainable to me, and that any want for them I should suppress, because it might cause me disappointment.
Yes. So it helped, the emotion of avoiding disappointment, trying to avoid disappointment, caused you to then not make choices that might have benefited.
Yes. Yeah. And so in that process of letting go of that grief, it helped me to shift some of the beliefs about myself and also about aspiration. And and obviously Sage Sage's faith and her feelings for God really impacted me as well.
Yes.
I could see the difference in her when she spoke of God.
Mm-hmm.
I could see what the reception of God's love had done for
So
her.
you started becoming sensitive to her feelings, her real feelings, rather than her toned down feelings.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
At that time.
And it was particularly obvious when she spoke about God. I could.
Mm.
It was almost like she glowed.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. So then, what did we have to do with after that? Or what did you have to do with after that?
So many things.
Yeah.
And I know you want to touch on the beliefs about emotions.
Yeah, I suppose we want to touch a bit on what it took to lead up to that, because obviously there was certain things you were dealing with up to that point, wasn't there? And then then there was that sort of transitional experience that most people have in the third sphere of the path,
Yeah.
and then there was what you felt after that about dealing with the same things or other things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Initially, I lacked confidence to. I lacked confidence to pray initially.
Yeah.
I didn't believe. It wasn't that I didn't believe in the goodness of God. I just believed in the lack of worthiness in myself.
Yeah.
And so it took some courage to pray and to challenge that belief and to learn really what praying was.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, in that process, emotions would come up for me, but there was often a feeling, one about my confidence, that I couldn't handle it.
Yeah. That you couldn't handle the power of the emotions.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And there was also a lot of shame about having...
some bad emotions to feel.
Yes, but also just shame about having emotion.
Yeah.
Any emotion. So there was shame, yes, but the shame, there was...
So that was coming from you having lived a very stoic sort of existence on earth?
Yes, yes.
And the beliefs that drove that existence?
Yes, and the belief that as a woman I should only feel kindness and encouragement to the people around me.
So nothing negative of a negative nature?
No, and as I was growing, obviously issues about how I'd been treated, and particularly with men, which is why Sage was one of my guides. I started to feel that maybe I hadn't been treated as well as I wanted to, and so as I started to feel those feelings, not only were they painful, but I also felt shame that I was somehow unfeminine or betraying my goodness as a woman by feeling that something angry or something upset or something unjust or something. So this was quite, well, in hindsight, it's quite an interesting set of beliefs that I had. Yeah.
And probably not uncommon for women at the time.
No.
Although I think in part my upbringing, as everybody's upbringing does, but in part my upbringing had really instilled this sense of femininity, which was very much of service and very much of kindliness, we will say, but it's not God's definition of kindliness.
And was it your mother or father who contributed most to those feelings, do you feel?
Both, but probably predominantly my mother. Obviously my father enjoyed it and enjoyed having his wife and daughter have this attitude towards him.
So obviously had a bit of a subservient attitude towards men.
Yes, very much. So, yes, you're talking about the transition.
Yeah, so it took you time to get to the point where you wanted to feel your emotion rather than just, or where you wanted to surrender to all of your emotions.
And
so how long did that take?
A good while, because the other key belief I had was that things should be endured, that they can't be resolved. And so this had a large impact on my emotional experiences as well. This feeling that, well, there's no point crying. Because
you just got to be sad, and this is where it is now.
Carry on. It probably took me 50 to 70 years
Yeah.
to really reach the third sphere, and that point that you know in the third sphere where there's a new understanding that to follow God's path is to have this very humble experience with God where I'm presented with truth from God and I feel it immediately, and that's a part of it's like the part of the essence of my connection with God is that ongoing continual process.
And also the part of loving yourself, isn't
yes,
it? Like
it's a part of receiving God's opinion of me even, and God's love of me is understanding that. And yes, it's a very deep regard for oneself, isn't it? It's like a deep respect for one's experience and own I'm trying to say, Italian, I don't know, sorry, Italian. It's something about life, your life essence.
Yeah. Vitality.
Yes. This love of your own vitality. And
what you're designed to be.
Yes.
A vital, living, expressive.
Yes,
person.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And so after that, it took me about 50 years to enter the third sphere, and then another 20 to really reach that point of, now I feel this shift. And it really came through my relationship with God. My guides just were always telling me, focus on that relationship. Stay in that relationship with God. Seek God's opinion. And through that process, I really began to feel God's idea of what it was to not only be loving to myself, but be in this loving relationship with God. And that's how I still understand it, that this switch that you speak of, it's really a switch not only into my own emotional experience, but a switch into my more fully relating with God, more fully loving God. And through that experience then, obviously, once I longed for that, it happened very quickly.
And that transition is very much about, isn't it, before then it's sort of like there's still this feeling of trying to control your emotion to some degree.
Yes. Wanting the end of it, often.
Looking forward to the end of it rather than just being in it.
Feeling relief when after it rather than through it. And
then when you made that transition now, it's like you even look forward to the experience.
Yes.
Even if it's a dark experience.
Yes.
And then on top of that, while you're going through it, you enjoy almost. It's weird, isn't it? Because you're almost enjoying it while you're going through it.
Yes.
But it feels bad that you're sort of enjoying it, but because it's about making you feel more alive. Like,
Yes. And everything feels. I felt after going through that process, some of the biggest, what you might call the biggest emotional shifts happened. So where I had quite wrong beliefs about things, sins, or you could call it beliefs or sins about certain things. And so the experience was quite a lot more intense in feeling from God the truth and then releasing the feelings. But it didn't feel so traumatic after that point. It felt more like a... I know you said vomiting before, but to me it felt more like I know it was a good analogy.
Well, it was just an attempt to help Mickey with the
yes. And I suppose at times it is that full body kind of feeling of releasing something. But it also
where you can't really help it either.
Yes. In a way, it felt like the whole process became more like swimming rather than walking. That I was more fluid in everything. I was more liquid.
It feels more natural, doesn't it, too? Like,
Yeah.
Before then, it sort of feels like you're working against nature to have the emotion.
Yeah.
And then after that, it feels like, no, I'm working with what I've been naturally created to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So
some of those bigger things must have been about men and relationship with men and things like that.
Yes, and my children
and
and
motherhood.
And sort of God was able to help me see the potentials that my life on earth had, as opposed to the life on earth that I did live.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of grief in
Grief in regret.
Regret.
Yeah.
But regret, but also examining what beliefs held me in that sort of subdued state.
Yeah.
There were some very painful beliefs that really related to myself and my own capacities.
Yeah.
So not just as a woman, but even as a person. And then, of course, that leads you into the feelings about where that all came from. And that was from both of my parents and a lot of things in my upbringing.
Yeah. And did you have very strong religious beliefs, do you feel, when you're on earth? Or was it more just a sort of a way of living for you when you're on earth? A religion, I mean. Yes,
I know what you mean. It's considering it. I would say I had a very strong intellectual belief.
Yeah.
In that
it wasn't a soul.
Guided me morally, yes.
Yeah.
But I never longed to God
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
And so other people on earth do, in the bounds of the same religion I was within.
Yeah.
But I didn't. I was very shut down in my heart. Not in a, it's very hard to describe, it's not in a cold or vicious way, but just in a very detached way.
Yeah. So is it right then that you also had a detached feeling about the religious beliefs?
Yes, yes. So they were only hard to let go of in as much as they had really guided my sense of myself as someone who was unworthy and should feel guilty and should live a life of duty, and those kind of beliefs that had moulded me. I did a lot of them. They came from the church as well, and my family. It was all in together.
Yeah.
But I did have a lot of beliefs that God shared those opinions.
Yeah.
But the Catholicism in and of itself, I wasn't nostalgic for it.
Yeah.
That would have involved more emotion than I had about it.
All right, so now you're in the third sphere and now making quite significant progress now, isn't it, available once you start having these feelings?
Yeah.
And so where are you now? What sphere are you in now?
I'm in the seventh sphere, I'll say.
Almost the transition as well. So it's sort of like the transition, I suppose, is like another one of those processes, isn't it? Where you surrender to God really completely, isn't it?
It's like, and I feel very excited about it here because it is, and it's quite fun to come and talk to you about the last transition because it also helps me reflect on what God's already trying to tell me in my relationship with her about the next transition.
Yeah.
And so that's, I understand from God, but also from my own experience, that there'll be a letting go of certain limits that I believe that I have. And I, because I'm not as afraid now of change as I was, it's hard to compare the person I am now to the one that I was. But the change doesn't feel there's not as much trepidation with it, but there is at times a feeling of I'm not quite getting it. I'm not quite connecting to the feeling that's limiting me.
Yeah. Now, 2 weeks ago, we also had a chat with men in our audience, to me, about the emotions of men towards women in particular, and the sort of the darkness of those emotions frequently.
Yes.
Now, during the fifth sphere, by the time you got to the fifth sphere, you would have already dealt with a lot of those emotions.
Yes.
Yeah, so you would have met your soulmate about that time, I gather.
Yes.
Yeah. So what was that like?
Good. My soulmate's actually a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I mean, good is probably a very
Did you find it challenging in some ways? Because before then you'd had a husband and you'd had a life and...
And by this stage, a lot of my children now were in the spirit life as well.
Of course.
Which was
Yeah.
great,
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah.
to meet
To
with
meet
them.
them again.
Yeah. And my soulmate is actually someone that I knew when I was quite small
Yeah.
on Earth.
Which is often
So
the case, isn't it?
that was a little odd
Yeah,
in a way,
Yeah,
because it's so many ways. Meeting her was like coming home.
Yeah.
It just felt
Yeah.
like coming home. That's
Yeah.
why it might sound a little bit like I'm undersaying it when I say it felt good, but for me in particular, reconnecting with Marie, it just felt like relief, home.
Yeah.
Of course, of course, it felt like, of course.
Yeah.
But of course, in that process, I had to let go of a lot of feelings about sexuality.
Yeah.
And that's probably the biggest thing that I had to let go of.
Yeah.
There was shame from my earth life and the teaching there that homosexuality or attraction to a woman was a deep shame.
Yeah.
And I had encountered it in my life on
Yeah.
earth,
Yeah.
and felt ashamed of it.
So you didn't know that you had sort of that feeling towards the same
I
gender?
was quite afraid of it, so it was I never experienced.
But you had occasional sense of
Yes.
awareness.
Yes.
Yeah.
And occasional, yes.
Yeah.
I was so frightened of the feelings, I wouldn't let them hardly be
Felt
felt.
it all.
Yes.
Yeah. So that must have been a bit of a transition before then to allow yourself to have those.
Yes. And really from the third sphere to the fifth sphere, these feelings were presenting themselves, and I was working through the shame of it.
Yeah.
So by the time I really reached the point of transition to the fifth sphere, I knew my soulmate was a woman.
Yeah.
So I had dealt with some shame.
But during the time you were dealing with the shame, did you think it was just shame and that's all it was? Or
Do you mean did I doubt the feelings were real?
no, I mean the feelings of that you had towards the same gender.
Mm-hmm.
Did you sort of feel that they were just shame-based feelings, or did you feel that there was something real underneath it all that you had to work your way through?
I started to have feelings that I felt attracted to the same gender.
Yeah.
And that would trigger shame.
Yeah.
So the belief was that was wrong,
Yeah.
that couldn't be real. And I suppose, yes, initially I thought, this is just some kind of sin that has entered me,
Yeah.
and that I just need to get it out.
By this stage, had you seen other couples together who were female or male? Or had you not really
I hadn't
noticed
really
that?
even noticed it.
Oh, okay.
I hadn't noticed it.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Yeah,
You didn't.
possibly because I...
Did you think they weren't, when the ones you saw, did you think they weren't even
Yeah.
in a romantic relationship?
That's
did you?
right.
Oh.
I'm just being shown all these things where I met two men together or two women together, and I just thought they were friends.
They were friends.
So such was my belief that it was just not a part of a true existence.
Yeah.
So initially, yes, I went through this feeling, I've got these strange feelings that I'm so ashamed of, and that must be sin that has to leave me. It must be because of my issues with men. I must have to release these. And then I got to the point where I felt like, no, it's true. And then that was when I feel that very much deepened my relationship with God, because I felt like I really had to seek out God on that. Is this true?
And also you had to accept yourself for who God designed you to be.
That's right. And I had to ask God, is this who you designed me to be? Because I really, and there was a certain point where I thought, it's just me that is like this. I was so shut down to the idea. Yeah,
so quite a few things had to be dealt with there.
Yeah. So you can imagine then when I met Marie, it was like, all that is sort of behind me, and what a relief.
And also it would have made sense now
Yes.
why you had to deal with these things.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a beautiful thing about dealing with your feelings is that everything afterwards makes sense.
Yeah.
Not when you're going through it though.
Yeah. But it's sort of, I suppose meeting her, because she was seeking me too,
Yeah.
more strongly than I was
Was
seeking her.
did she pass before you? Or
Yes,
after? Okay.
before me,
Yeah.
and she was already in the fifth sphere before I got there.
Okay.
And she had been trying to meet me.
Yeah.
She knew who I was before,
Yeah.
but I, like I said, I
You
was
sort of
so shut off
Not wanting to know.
to this possibility of being a part of God's truth about me
Yeah.
that I really didn't. She felt it wasn't right
Yeah.
until I dealt with that within myself.
Yeah.
And then it was like, you know, in the modern day they have those dating shows where they pull the curtain back, yes, and everyone's surprised or delighted. And it was like that when I started to long for her. And then she was there. I was like, oh, of course.
That makes sense.
Yes. It was very, very happy, but also just, of course, yes.
That's interesting.
Not a surprise.
Yeah, not a surprise.
It makes sense.
And this is interesting too, isn't it, in the way that God prepares you for the final thing to come about anyway, doesn't he?
Yeah. And the strength that I gained in facing what it almost seemed like my hardest thing. I mean, everything you come to usually feels like
The hardest.
it's the hardest thing you've ever dealt with, but it really was it's difficult to describe how much I feel like it deepened my relationship with God going through that.
Well, it's a lot about you, wasn't it? Like
Yes.
a fundamental thing about you too.
And accepting God's truth. But it's not just that, it's not just accepting it from God,
Mhm.
it's the depth of the longing that was required in me to ask God,
Is it true?
Is it true?
Yeah.
So I feel like before then I had sort of a longing with God that grew and grew and gradually from almost nothing to something that I felt was quite pleasant and I was seeking, and from that third sphere point almost continually just seeking that from God. And then when I reached these feelings about my sexuality, initially when I thought it was sin, I was still sort of letting things happen, and then I reached a point where I felt in myself and in my relationship with God, no, my soulmate is a woman. And then I almost couldn't, it was a strange feeling of like, I couldn't long, or I needed to long more, I needed to long deeper. I couldn't trust this level of longing. I needed to really want to know from God without any, it's hard to put into words, but it was a deep longing that developed in my relationship with God then.
So that happened how long ago?
Which part?
The fifth sphere.
Yes. So I met Marie about 80 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've been growing together since?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So you're both in the same sphere
Yes,
now, or has she
yes.
already made? No.
Well, yeah, she's
bit
closer. Yeah.
But not a lot.
No.
Oh.
But yeah. Well, she's really, yeah. Let me correct myself. She's really made the transition, but she does spend a lot on time with me. Still.
Yeah. So she's the one we've got now.
Yes,
but
she's in the 8th
spending
sphere,
a lot of time helping you.
Yeah.
Transition too. Wonderful.
So I say we're together, but she
Yeah.
really is ahead of me.
Yeah. So when you came 2 weeks ago,
Yes.
what did you want to mention to the group? No, we haven't got to that yet, but you want to talk about a few things there.
Sure. I really wanted to talk about the fact that that my life on earth really followed a very traditional or accepted path.
At the time you were
At the
in.
time I was alive, within the society I was in.
Yeah.
And that I didn't have any, I was so sort of engrossed in gaining my identity through the beliefs of that society. Do you understand what I mean by that? My sense of myself.
Yeah, you wanted the society to define them.
Yes, yes. And the beliefs in my society I took on as
yours.
As mine, as true. And when I entered the spirit life, those early times before that transition in the third sphere, it was a lot of deconstructing what I thought was fair and reasonable.
Yeah.
And coming to have a much finer definition of what was good and right.
Yeah.
And some things in my society, like the way that I viewed myself and the way that I treated myself in relation to others,
So in the mother role.
in the
you're
mother,
referring to.
particularly in the mother role,
Yeah.
was very, very, very wrong.
Yeah. From
And
God's perspective.
Yes,
Wrong, yeah.
yes. Well, from God's perspective, from the
But also
the,
wrong for you, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
and from the laws governing everything,
Yeah.
which are God's laws, but
Yeah.
it was just wrong,
But very accepted
but
on
very
earth.
accepted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that must have been a time when you struggled with a lot of feelings,
Yes.
coming to terms with the definitions you had versus having to give up.
That's right, and a lot of that transition in the third, that part we talked about where you sort of surrender.
Yeah.
A lot of the things that I needed to do before that point was giving up these beliefs that the world had it right. And they were in me emotionally, those
Yeah.
beliefs.
Yeah.
So they not only governed my sense of my identity, but the way we should interact and what a life should entail in terms of aspiration and desires. And part of that surrender process was coming to emotionally see
Yeah.
that God's vision for life was so different to the world's. But before that point, I still loved the world's.
Yeah.
In my
It's
belief.
interesting, isn't it, from a psychological point of view, because it's like the world itself has a collective arrogance, isn't it?
Yes.
That it for each generation too. Each generation has a separate collective arrogance as well. So as a generation changes, so does their collective arrogance about different things change. And so the arrogance we have right now in the world is very different from the arrogance you had like 400 or 450 years ago or so.
Yeah, I need to correct. It was 350 years ago. So between 3 and 4.
Yeah. So, but nevertheless, there's still this sort of collective arrogance where you think, I've got to agree with the world in order to survive in it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and if that the beliefs, that's also the very interesting thing when you live longer in the spirit world than you have on earth. And I think this is common for everyone who's been in the spirit world longer than they were on earth.
Yeah.
They come to see that, depending on how humble they are, but if you're progressing, you come to see that the beliefs of the earth are just transient, and that they are so
minor,
changeable, and so and yet there is so much. Like everyone's reality is governed by these beliefs.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
because it's like they're so unimportant. Many of the beliefs that are held,
and so cherished.
Yeah, and at the same time, yeah.
Like now that I've worked through the issues about who my soulmate is and the attraction, it seems like such a piffle that even still on earth people are hung up about that.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's such a
whole nations are hung up about it.
Yes, it's such a minor part of existence.
Yeah.
And it's only between you and
the other half of you.
Yes.
Anyway.
And so really, why
does it matter to anybody else?
Why does everyone have an opinion about it?
That's right.
It's quite what I wanted to say to the group last week is that it will feel like some of the hardest things you're doing, but then you'll reach a point where you realise the way that the earth believes things is flawed, and that your relationship with God is the thing that will help to correct that imbalance.
I suppose it's like accepting God's reality, and you look at then what the world views as real, and you go, "What? Like, how it's not that real at all." Like,
that's right, and the value that's placed on certain things, as opposed to the value God places on things, in both directions.
Yeah. And that must have applied particularly for you for motherhood.
Yes. Yes. So much of my worth and my sense of purpose, my entire life. My entire life I fell pregnant within months of being married.
Yeah. And how young were you married?
17,
Yeah.
18,
Yeah.
yeah. So, and just from then on, motherhood was, and if it wasn't my children, it was my children's spouses, and then it was their children, and then their children.
Yeah.
And I believed that that was the thing that brought me the most fulfillment in my life,
Yeah.
beyond any other thing that I did in any way.
Yeah.
And now I see, one, how transient those relationships are, for good reason.
Because they all change.
Yes.
Don't
If we were all still living in the same house or gathered as we were at my deathbed,
they?
well, how much limit would that be on those people?
Yeah.
And now I love them.
Mm.
And partly I cherish them because I have known them since the time of their incarnation. But I don't value them more than anybody else.
Mm.
I feel the honour of having known them since the time of their incarnation on the earth.
Which is a rare thing.
It is rare,
Mhm.
and I visit them
Mhm.
still.
Mhm.
But many of them have made many different choices to myself. Some have made similar ones,
Mm.
and obviously we have more affinity.
Mm.
But
So there's many that are on the natural love path.
yes,
Yeah, and
Yes.
they haven't had the relationship with God and
that's right.
seemingly no intention at this
No,
stage. Yeah.
no.
Mm.
And perhaps that will change in time. And certainly, I always come when they call on me.
Yeah.
Within reason, if
Mm.
if there's nothing else that I need to be doing, but
Yeah.
I always visit when called upon, and
Mm.
It's wonderful that we do have good relationships now, but they're nothing like the relationships that I fostered with them on earth.
Yeah.
They don't even resemble each other in almost any emotional sense.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. And what work do you do now?
Well, I'm quite interested in nature, actually.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so
So even you wanting to do that garden right in the first video, had the part of your passion and desire for later. Yeah.
And the healing properties of nature, the
Mhm.
healing environments we can create through, not so much now through physical effort, but through desire as well, and understanding the harmony that anyone can have wherever they live, whether it's on earth or even in the hells, when there's an intention in the individual to create harmony with God's design, God's natural design, how much that improves our existence.
Mm.
So rather than trying to grow and dominate, that was one of the first lessons that I learned in the first sphere. It doesn't work here.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in the way that I wanted it to. It only worked through the changes in my intention and the desire to work in, I guess at the most basic level, the desire to work in harmony with law and creation and design that I now see benefits anyone, no matter where they are.
Yeah.
And so I lecture about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're involved with animals and birds and creatures as well as everything to do with nature, aren't you?
Yes.
It's not just like plants.
No, because they're all a part of
Yeah.
designed to work together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a common view on earth in many people that by the time you're at one with God, there's sort of no nature.
No. Well, it's almost like it's all nature. It's not sitting on clouds and in the air. It's far more. It's if I compare So I talked about how numb I was to my physical body on earth, and the heightened sense of sensation I had when I was just in my spirit body, and now I bring that up because I associate sensation with the natural world as well, like the
sensory experience.
The sensory experience.
Yeah.
And so here in the seventh sphere, even while we're all longing to God, it's not that we're just
to touch things, you feel things.
It's a very physical experience as well. We're very in touch with our spirit body senses, not just a sort of highfalutin longing to a vacant place in the sky or something. Yeah.
And I suppose this is one. Excuse me. This is one thing that most people again on earth don't understand is that the more you detune from your emotion, the more you detune from your senses, and a part of your joy of experience is your senses.
Yes.
So it's just, it makes it difficult, doesn't it, for people
It
to
does.
actually enjoy things.
It does,
Yeah.
and it's such a joy for me because obviously in my earth life I was sort of stoically numb to my body. I liked what I could get it to do, but I didn't enjoy it. Yeah.
Now, in a lot of the spheres, isn't there, there's manicured nature,
Mm-hmm.
and then, but as you grow further in, it's more naturally produced nature, isn't it, rather than manicured nature. Like in the lower spheres in particular, a lot of it's actually physically maintained.
Yeah.
And then as you grow, things are more a reflection of your intention and desires. That's how they're maintained.
Yeah, well, and even in the lower spheres, oftentimes the maintenance is more coming from that desire to dominate and control.
Yeah,
so,
and to make an environment that matches my feelings.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is why I like to talk to people about this in every sphere, because that is still an expression and extension of the arrogance of the earth,
Yeah.
and also it undermines the capacity of the naturally occurring fauna and flora in any sphere to aid in growth, aid in healing, aid in sustenance.
Yeah.
Even if that's not through physically eating, but through the sustaining of life. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you obviously talk in most of the spheres under your own condition.
Yes.
So what's that like, doing presentations that you have never, like when you were on Earth, obviously this would be completely the opposite of what you would have ever thought you would ever
Standing
do.
in front of a room of people and
And when you say a room, let's be honest about that as well.
yes.
How many people in the room?
Yes, quite a lot. More like a stadium sometimes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So having that experience, if you could cast yourself back to that Earth life, would you ever imagined such a thing?
I wouldn't have thought myself capable or worthy,
Yeah.
and certainly not to speak to men and women.
Yeah.
And now it's hard to imagine not sharing this passion and not teaching. It brings me so much joy, and yet I would never have conceived anything about it as a part of my personality when I was on Earth.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Just how far removed we can become from the design of what God designed us to be. Yeah. All right, well, do you mind if we answer a few of the audience's questions for a bit? Yep, okay, so let's open up to any of your questions you'd like to ask, Sonya.
The plants and animals that are there, have they all existed on the Earth previously?
Not in the higher spheres, but a lot of the animals in the lower spheres have, and sometimes they progress, but usually it's at the limit of the third sphere. Beyond the third sphere, we see more what you would call new creation, brought about by the soul intentions of the people in those spheres, in the harmony with God's laws.
Yep, so you can create animals.
And plants.
And plants. Thank you. If you think about what you've read in Robert James Lee's, it was the children learning how to create plants. Well, obviously when you develop those skills, you can then do it yourself. And the only thing is that the life still comes from God, so you've got to ask God for the life to enter those things you create. But, Brittany? And then we'll go.
I'm just interested in the switch that Jesus has been talking about, from going from your intellect to your emotional, that sort of breakthrough that you need to make. If there was anything further that you'd say about that?
I think the key elements I touched on was about seeking God's reality, seeking God's beliefs above my own desires. I think that a lot of I suppose I can speak from my own experience, or I can sort of speak from what I observe blockages for people on the earth now. My own experience was a lot about my sense of limit in myself, and that does still exist on the earth. But also on the earth, I see a lot of feeling of entitlement. It's not fair. I should be able to define my own reality, that it's a part of what makes me who I am, defining what I feel about things rather than feeling what I truly feel about things and feeling God's truth about the things that I feel. A lot of people have attached their sense of identity with this feeling, I get to decide who I am, I get to decide what I feel, I get to decide when I feel, I get to decide when I express my true nature, and all of those things hold people back from that transition.
So could we define that maybe as the removal of your sinful desire to control everything?
Yes, control everything, yes, but also this idea that I define who I am, not God.
Yeah, so that's more about, like, I've got the right to say what I think should happen.
It's sort of going against the design of the nature of the soul, as in the individual personality of the soul.
Which is really the first sin, right?
Yes. Well, yes, and even not just I am God, but also I'm God and I get to say what I like, what I dislike, what makes me happy, what my passion is, or my nature, my personality.
Yeah, so could we maybe call that I am my own God? It needs to be removed as a concept. So that concept needs to go, needs to be removed.
And that's, I am my own God, not just in defining the laws external to myself, but in defining my own
experience and everything, yeah.
Nature.
Yeah, your own design, really. You're trying to make a new version of you.
Yes.
That matches your own conception of what you should be.
Yes.
Rather than just accepting God's design of me. Right? So you could say, this is I want to be what I design. Right? And
I want to be, even as basic as, so for me, I want to be a mother. I want to be someone who is sort of demure and what I called kindly, but it was really of service in a very subservient way. That was my definition of who I believe my personality should and is.
Yeah.
And
you could say that's sin, couldn't you?
Yes.
So in a way, so you're saying
it's
I've got to give up my sinful beliefs about what I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was around definitions of self and what a person is entitled to. And I see that pretty much for everyone that I observe on the earth. And I think it's wonderful that so many of you are aspiring to reach this place on the earth, because it doesn't usually happen. And so there's quite a lot of interest in you and encouragement for you to make this transition on earth, because it will have such a positive impact. But be aware that you're breaking down the beliefs of who you are and how you should exist while you're on the earth. And that
while everyone around you also believes you should be the thing you believe.
Yes, yes. And that's why at times it feels challenging, but at the same time I see the benefit is that you can come to experience this deepening in your relationship with God much sooner, because you must seek God's opinion above the society around you very much more.
And honour it. Not just, so you seek it, but you've also, once you've found it, you've got to go, I'm going to honour that above my own feelings, above my own beliefs, above anybody else's beliefs, about what anybody else feels. It doesn't matter, those things don't matter as much as God's truth. Does that make sense? Like, you've got to, so let's call that getting my priorities right.
And a lot of the beliefs I had about my capacity to experience emotion came secondary to all of these points that we're mentioning about wanting to define who I am, wanting to define how I am, wanting to define the nature of how I should exist. That is to be not a purely emotional being. Like all of those things sort of, they were the most important things for me to deal with. And then I had some fears about having emotional and sensory experiences that were out of control.
Do you mean the emotions came secondary, like you put these points first and then the emotions happened?
Yes, yes, that's right. And these were some of these
Many
things
of, can I just say, sorry, many of you care too much about your emotions. You think they are everything. You think saving them and protecting them is everything. You think when you have them, it's so bad, it's worse than anything else. Like, none of that's true.
Yes, and the thing holding me back from that transition the most were these other beliefs, not just... A lot of you think it's just beliefs about emotion itself, but actually it's about what I had to break through was a different way of existing, and a different way of relating to God, and a different level of respect for God, and a willingness to embrace this way come what may. And so... Even though at the time you often think that it's going to be bad. Yeah, yeah. And that I would encounter situations that I wouldn't know how to handle. I had led a sheltered life on earth, and so I didn't have any emotional concept or belief of my expansive capacity. I had beliefs about that I wouldn't sort of be able to even physically inhabit different states and different roles and different ways of being. Can I also just take you back a bit to the sensory thing? Because this is something that I see a lot of people doing, detuning from their senses that their body has. So this is also a part of that transition, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And particularly for yourselves on earth, you're going to go through the experience that I had as I entered the spirit life, feeling my spirit body, feeling myself in my spirit body. But to make this transition on earth, you're also going to go through this feeling of far more connection with your spirit body, far more connection with your physical senses that are from your physical body and your spirit, sort of from your spirit body through your physical body. And part of the transition is surrendering to that as well. Surrendering to feeling all the parts of yourself and your experience emotionally, physically, sexually and spiritually, all at once, all of the time. Mm-hmm. And it's probably a bit hard for you to understand that, Brittany, at the moment, but if I could sort of give you some sort of ideas about it. See, at the moment your body has pains, but you're detuned from your body a lot, so you don't know what they are. But when you go through this process, you'll know what they all are, and you'll feel them all the time. You won't feel them just occasionally. But the same applies to the pleasurable feelings you have too. Like at the moment, when somebody touches you, you don't feel it very sensitively. Like when somebody touches you, even lovingly, you're quite detuned from the sensitivity of that, so you don't understand the pleasure of being touched lovingly. And a part of this sensory change too is you now accept the body's capacity to experience heightened senses, and so that can be quite scary for a person who's had a detunement from their senses, right?
I had an experience where it was last year, I think, where something happened at work and I came home and had to have bra and stuff, and then the next day my sense of smell was I woke up and I was just like, what is that smell? And it was the dust under my bed. And I flipped up the bed and I had to vacuum everything, and then I was like, okay, calm. And then I walked into the kitchen and I could smell the crumbs in the toaster without even using the toaster. And I was like, I don't want to be this sensitive.
Yeah. And it's interesting because there's so many of our body senses that are actually really, really good and powerful that you really don't want. And when we live in an environment like on Earth, there is a lot of bad smells on Earth as well. So, for example, And so, of course, there's reasons why you might not like them, but after a while you sort of get, you learn how to also be selective with these senses if you're in an environment that's quite bad. So I can bear now environments that have very bad smell, even though, as Mary will tell you, I've got a very heightened sense of smell awareness. And I can smell things that dogs can smell, or you know, like, so and this is what happens, is your capacity to do all of these things is already there, but we've just numbed it all out on Earth. We've just detuned from all that as well. Could you imagine if you're living day after day after day after day with a guy who smells bad? He's full of fear and he's full of rage, he's going to smell bad, right? So, and you're living day after day with it, after a while you're going to zone out of that. You're going to detune and not want to know what that smells like. Right? And the same goes with your own smells. Like many of you have a quite strong fear smell, like where your fear smells like it's a bit hard for me to describe. Maybe it smells a bit like a bitter, it smells a bit like sort of bitter lemon, but it smells like that. But lemon is a nice smell in comparison, so it's a bit hard to make the comparison. But if you're sensitive to people's smell of fear, can you see after a while you realise, oh, that person's afraid, that person's afraid, that person's afraid, and if you're afraid too, can you see you won't want to know what all that is like. So part of the problem we have in our physical form is that we're not only detuning from our emotional experience, and we're imbibing a lot of beliefs of sin that create detunement. So we're also, because of the sins, also detuning from our sensory experience. Yeah.
My advice is, what was triggered in that experience was a feeling of being overwhelmed by your environment, which is something I can see for yourself is in your future to feel.
Yeah. It's like you felt in your house that morning. You were overwhelmed even by your own house.
Yeah. And so next time it happens, let yourself feel the emotion and it won't be so distasteful to you anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That took a turn that I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Helena. Yeah. We're going to go to that there too.
Hey Sonya, thanks for talking to us.
Sure.
So you were talking earlier about there's a lot of support for us in the spirit world for some of us who are trying to become good people.
Yep.
And I feel like sometimes for myself, I can notice that on like the periphery, but I'm very afraid of getting into like a codependent relationship with the spirit because I've had a lot of those. So I don't really know how, or maybe I'm making excuses like how to access that.
We'll have to accept their love for you.
Okay.
That's exactly what the issue is.
Oh.
You're more open to accepting someone who has a bad opinion of you than us who have a very high opinion of yourself. And so it's more an issue about letting real love in. Because as you can already feel as I'm talking about it, will bring up a lot of sadness about not being loved in the past. So
the contrast between the love they have for you and you feeling it, and then once you start feeling it, you will start feeling, wow, all those other feelings before that I was having from people, wow, that's so nasty. They're so bad. And the contrast between those two things will bring up a lot of your grief about, the past bad experiences that most people don't want to have.
So there's no fear that you will confuse us with those other codependent relationships.
And also, they're not going to engage a codependent relationship with you anyway.
That's true, yeah, of course.
But you won't, the feeling of us won't feel like the feeling of those other spirits. So, the main thing is letting yourself be loved.
Thank you.
Yeah, most of us don't want to let ourselves be loved because we have a contrast between our prior experience and the new experience of being loved, and that brings up a lot of emotions that most of us are very afraid of feeling.
Yeah, and I do feel more comfortable with the spirits around me who do have a bad opinion of me. Or
Right.
I have one that has like a better opinion of me, but he used to have a really shitty opinion of me, so I feel like he's kind of safe.
He's got a slightly better opinion now.
He's still seeking you out for reassurance, though.
Yeah.
And so that's something to be aware of.
Oh, the what? Who is?
That he.
The spirit you refer to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because he was such a dick before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you so eloquently put it. So he still hasn't worked through his proper process of repentance. He's still wanting you to see that he's a better man now.
Yeah.
And partly you want to give him that because you feel it helps you to avoid the grief of at times how sad you feel about other people who don't want to change towards yourself.
And also how badly he treated you before then. Because he was quite responsible for a lot of the bad things happening.
That's right.
In your life.
Both you and he don't want to face just yet how bad his influence was upon you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like, oh, it's all water under the bridge.
Yeah.
We're cool now.
Well, you're trying to forgive before you've actually gone through the emotion.
Yeah.
So again, don't mistake his feelings for you as similar feelings to the ones that we have for you.
Okay. That's what, yeah.
Those are much stronger, that you'll feel them much more intensely.
And they'll also be more sensory too.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'll feel like something like,
Oh, like a pat on the back.
not just that. You remember
when Sage came to me, it was a deep level of tenderness.
Oh, yeah.
And she was stroking her hair and just helping her calm
Mary's
down.
done that to me before. It feels very tender, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for sharing. I just wondered what made you sort of transition from being self-reliant and putting in all your effort, like with the garden, to then wanting to be more emotional before you actually got to the point where you surrendered?
I would say that I came to see there was no fruits from my labour. So initially, when I first entered the spirit world, it took me, because I didn't get the return on my efforts, it took me some time, as I shared in the beginning. And then I became quite hopeless because it triggered my feeling that I didn't have a purpose. And if I didn't have a purpose that was about tending or making something more physically attractive or beautiful, then I had no worth. I had no purpose. And so I, in a way, was forced into the feeling of despair through that process, which helped me.
But you also accepted, didn't you?
Well, I was willing to accept that reality in front of my eyes.
And you were willing to feel it as well.
Yes.
Which the average person isn't willing to do.
True.
Yeah. So it's very important, Monique, to realise that she started to feel hopeless because everything she was doing was hard work. She was working harder, like she would normally do on Earth, and it wasn't getting the results that she thought she deserved from it. And then got to the point where she felt how hopeless that was, and actually went through and actually felt how hopeless that was, actually as a feeling. See, most people on Earth don't do that. What they do is they get to that stage and they just work harder, or they give up on that thing altogether and try another thing.
I think by that time there was enough as well. A lot of my sort of hopes and expectations weren't met when I entered the spirit life, even if those hopes and expectations were fairly intellectually based. And then my hopes and expectations for being able to improve my physical situation didn't work out either. And yes, I suppose I was just soft enough to stay still long enough to let myself feel the sadness I had about that.
Yeah, rather than working to another goal.
And did you see like results or some changes? What sort of changes did you see?
Well,
she's in the feeling by this stage. So you're not really seeing anything, are you? You're just feeling what you feel.
Yes, yes. I didn't see physical changes around me. I was in my bedroom alone. But Sage came to me in that time period, so that was a big improvement in my life.
Because before then she didn't have a friend, right?
So that made you know to keep going. I just wonder, how did you know to keep going?
Well, no, it's not even to know. See how you're saying everything, Monique. It's like she was more like, so Sonia's feeling the experience, not knowing anything.
No, I didn't know anything for certain then, but Sage came, and that was an improvement. But also she began to educate me very gently about the potentials for my future, and I engaged with that education without certainty. Or I didn't have a need for certainty. I just wanted to hear and learn and I was willing to try.
I think that's important what she said too about the need for certainty. Many of you don't want to feel things unless you're certain that there's going to be an outcome from it. So Sonya was willing to go through the feeling of things without knowing whether there was going to be any outcome.
And always wanting some reassurance along the way.
Yeah, I think it's a point of arrogance, isn't it, when we want certainty about things. It's a point of not wanting to expose ourselves to the potential of being wrong or of being disappointed. And that's really a point of arrogance, where we're trying to hold on to something that is really a false reality about ourselves and our own capacities in terms of we want to feel like we know, so that we feel like we've got everything handled and we're smart and in control, and all of those things have to be broken down inside oneself in your progression, no matter which way you progress, actually.
Time.
I was just wondering what kind of feelings you surrendered to in regards to being a mother or a parent.
Sure. That my children were a part of me, and that my children were a product of me. They were some of the most primary things that I first had to deal with. In an extension to those two beliefs, I had the belief that they formed a part of my identity, that without them part of me was gone, but also with them their self-expression sort of was almost an expression of myself. And while that seems laughable, I see that is still very common on the earth. Yes. Perhaps not men don't perhaps relate to it as much as
Well,
as
no,
women.
I feel they do perhaps, but the reason why I was laughing was more because it's so arrogant to believe that when your child has some experience that it was because of you.
Yeah.
Isn't it it's such a point of arrogance, isn't it, really? But it's amazing how many people feel it.
The next thing was that it gave me a sense of purpose and direction, having children, and that it fulfilled my worth as a woman in the eyes of my husband and my society, and that if I hadn't delivered children to him, that I would have been a worthless and a waste of his life as well. And I still see that as quite prevalent on the earth as well. Some of these feelings are quite submerged in women in terms of submerged from their conscious awareness, but I do see them in the way that women carry out their lives.
Yeah. Well, the reality is now, Taryn, as you know, many women have this desperate need to be a mother, don't they? And it's got to be driven by some pretty strong feelings, doesn't it? Yeah.
And then as I reflect on how our relationships are different now, I had to change certain things about the expression of their free will. That it wasn't my responsibility how they expressed their free will, only in as much as how I had influenced them against the experience of expressing their free will and learning God's feedback system through the expression of their free will. So really, as in relation, as a mother, in relation to my children, one of the biggest mistakes that I made was feeling that, one, I should and could influence their free will choices, and two, that I should and could negate the effects or enhance the effects of their free will choices, which blocked them from having the natural God-given experience of understanding that their free will was their own, that it was a gift, a special gift given to them directly from God for them to use for themselves, and that God had an education system in place that would teach them how to experience and express that free will in a way that could make them and other people happy.
That's a lot, isn't it, Taryn? Think about it.
Very small, but I think that's the key points. Yeah. If those things that I just mentioned changed on the earth, parenthood on earth would change, children wouldn't be so dependent, also society would improve a lot, issues with authority would change, there would be a lot of changes.
Personal responsibility would change.
A lot of very beneficial things.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, it's interesting, a lot of parents don't trust God to correct their child either. Or they want God not to correct their child because they want their child to feel happy, because if their child isn't happy, then they feel like unhappy themselves as well.
Well, they want God's correction to be instant,
Yeah.
in the sense that today, right now, I want it different.
Can't they see they're doing something wrong? God, tell them. And that's not... Often we want our children's will, like their unloving use of will, to be corrected immediately, even before they even understand they're using their will.
Or even that they measured the results. They haven't even measured the results yet, and we're already trying to correct them.
A lot of the purpose of our existence, in the earth existence, is to understand that we have a will that when we use it, things happen. Not just for us, but for everything around us and the people around us. And a lot of times, children are just that's what their whole experience is about, understanding, oh, I do something and then there's a response in myself and the people around me and my environment. And often parents are trying to intervene before the child has even felt, oh, I've done something, let alone measure, oh, and there was a response. As you would remember, when you were first born and when you were a child, you had no idea that you had this will thing that you could... And many times, sadly, many of your parents even wanted to deny you that gift as well. And so then you reach adulthood and you're barely aware when you've done something.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a big thing to go through the different things related to being a father and being a mother. Yeah.
But it's a good process.
Good process.
Yeah. It's a privilege to
And also
be
you
a
end up
parent.
with more respect, don't you, with God's parenting.
Yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, God's message.
And also, I wish that I'd had a relationship with God when I was on earth, because it would have completely transformed how I treated my children. So it's a wonderful thing that you know that you can have a relationship with God for yourself, because if you reflect the love that God has for you in your direct relationship with God, if you reflect a similar quality of love or a similar quality of response between you and your child, then that's an amazing thing for your child and for yourself.
Yeah, you can.
So when you were going through that educational process of how to parent like God parents, and you're learning that in the spirit world, how was that feeling process you had to go through of all of the error in the ways that you did parent? Was there a lot of guilt and emotions that came up for you that had to...
Yes, certainly. And I wasn't really educated on how to parent my children, but obviously in the process of God parenting me, you could say, I became aware of many errors that I had made with my children. And it wasn't really until I'd gotten through a fair amount of them that I really came to have a sort of this clear idea now that I have about how I would parent them now on earth if I had my time over, which I don't want, thank you very much. There was a lot of regret. Guilt is a tricky one. You have to be careful of that, because often I would say that I felt a lot of guilty feelings when I was on earth. A lot of them were misdirected, but they didn't actually help me in the true feeling of anything. I think regret is a lot about the acknowledgement that something went wrong and that you can't change it now. And that is...
And guilt is often you not wanting to feel that.
That's right, yeah. So you might pass through guilt and into regret, and then hopefully into the grief, which is the thing that forms the basis of your repentance if you involve God in that process. But I see a lot of people on earth trying to repent through their guilt, which God doesn't respond to, even trying to repent through their regret and self-punishment, which God can't help you with. It's only when you're truly willing to grieve what's happened and understand why it happened and exactly what was the wrong part of the parenting. Because a lot of times, as you know, you have a feeling of the conscience of, oh, I've done something wrong, oh, this doesn't feel right, but you're not yet really sure of what it is. And God wants this very fine understanding of exactly what went wrong. And when you have that and involve God in that, then you can remove all of the sadness from you, and also it will change the way you interact with children, not just your children, children in general. All children.
All people, really, because all of them are God's children too. Quite often you end up reacting the same way with a 3-year-old as you will with a 33-year-old, because you realise that they're both doing the same thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's about seeking God's truth, isn't it, a lot, Tara? Like, you know, how does God treat you? And then working your way through, okay, why aren't I doing that with my children?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just having a big problem with the compulsion to always want to do things for them.
Yeah.
It's like, it's really, I do need to.
And the more you do for your children, the less they'll learn about their own will, generally. It's better that your children do nothing in their life and you haven't influenced their will to do nothing or something, than it is for you to influence them to do something and then you leave their life, and then what are they left with? It's difficult. So you start realising that, God doesn't pressure a person on earth to do anything if they don't want to do anything, but God also brings the consequence of you doing nothing to you as well. So, if you don't do anything, you're not going to eat either. You're not going to have a place to live either. You're not going to have a roof over your head or food in your mouth or water to drink either, because you did nothing. Right? And a person who learns that quickly starts to respect, a lot of my life is really about me making some choices and decisions, me engaging my will to do things, and then I'll get a reward from those things.
And Taryn, I already feel like you're a sister of mine anyway, in many ways, and I'm very happy to help you with these things. One of the biggest helps that I think would help you the most is just to keep developing your relationship with God. But I'm already around you at times, just trying to inspire you and help you see things. You have some very similar injuries to what I used to have on the earth, around wanting to be a kind person. And God is trying to help you redefine what that is. So you are driven by a desire for kindness with others. It's just that some of what you view as kind is at a great cost to yourself, and so it's not true kindness.
All right, guys. Well, I think that's been lovely having you as our guest for a while.
It's lovely to be amongst you all, and myself and many others here wish you great encouragement in this transition that you've been discussing today, and it's such a worthwhile use of your time. I'll leave it at that.
The best use of your time. Good day. only way you get to talk about, isn't it? Like when you have an open conversation with somebody, you like all around things. And there's lessons in everything almost, isn't there? Yeah, now changing the tone.
How about the plot twist about Sage?
Yeah.
That was so moving to me. Yeah. I didn't see that coming. She's like, no, it is. No, it isn't. Anyway, changing the tone. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're not sure whether we'll do another one of these before we go away, before we go overseas with our coming trip. We've still got a fair backlog of things to do to prep for our trip, so we'll see how that goes. So if there is another one of these events before we go away, Mary will put it on the events page. So just keep an eye on that. And we are leaving, I think it's May 17 or something like
May
that.
17. It's coming up quickly.
Yeah, so yes. In other words, I love designing things and things like that, so we'll probably still do that. But we just need to make sure we sort of focus more on spending more time with people, and so that's our goal over the coming year. Pretty much our main goal.
Yeah.
Over the coming year or so.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing. Just sort of to let you know. You have a question yet?
Are you guys safe when you go overseas?
As safe as you probably can be, I think. We are very sensitive to when things are not safe. So if things are not safe, we sort it out pretty quickly, whether it's with people or with places or whatever. And we're happy to sort of cut our losses and go somewhere else. We're not, we're not going to stay in a place just because we paid money to stay there and things like that.
Yeah.
If we feel it's not good, we'll move on. Yeah.
I noted in the last trip that you had lots of different problems with customs and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, that will be
just one
eliminated
custom.
so your trip goes well.
Yeah, we hope so. This is one reason why we're sort of a bit pressured at the moment, because we have a cut-off date of sort of the third week in April to finalise all of our tech, and we're nowhere near finalised our tech.
Because we're going to get like a passport for the
Yeah,
tech gear, which was what the hold-up was with US Customs.
Yeah.
They require you to sort of
Well,
itemise
all
everything.
customs require it, but nobody
Enforces
it except for the US.
Yeah.
And so.
But now on this trip, it is going to take us a bit more time because we're going to have to find customs officials, including in Australia when we leave, to cite the goods and cite the passport to say it's all correct, and then.
So we've got to pre-book all that and be there earlier and things like that. So a lot of our days of travel are going to be much longer because we've got to arrive 3 or 4 hours before our flights to get all that done.
But yeah,
and they take apart your bag and put it all back together and all that stuff.
It should eliminate the problem though.
So my last question has limited understanding as to whether this is a real question or not. Is there anything from us being at home here that we can positively project so that your course goes really well and your encounters go better than before? And you understand what I'm trying to ask? Can we think your way is smoothly pathed, etc.?
We have to feel it rather than think it.
You have to feel it.
Obviously, and
you can pray.
For some of you, you don't have that good feelings towards us, so that might be hard.
It has to be real.
Which is why I'm asking. Because
not a lot.
To go well.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that in itself is a prayer, isn't it? We hope it goes well. We're looking forward to it because we get to meet people. Like the big thing. You need to have face-to-face time with people. Having videos is really. I know it's handy for people who are learning things and they want to watch something again and again and again, but it's the face time that actually makes and helps people progress. There's no videos in the spirit world where they show videos. It's all your desire, asking a question, somebody responding, giving you the necessary input that you need to have, that kind of thing that helps progress. And so we're very conscious that even though we are doing the recordings and the videos, we're very conscious that they're not a very effective tool to help people progress. The most effective tool is to have a lot of more time with people face to face, where you can correct false beliefs and also help people come face to face with themselves.
Which is why, you know, I appreciate your wishes that you're wanting it to go well. Hopefully, for not just for us, but for the people who are there. But often, what we define as going well, by God's definition, is quite different. You know, some of you who are growing know that when you're initially challenged with something, it doesn't feel like, oh, this is going well, does it? It feels like, oh,
this is a nightmare. What's happening?
So you can't really measure the pleasure as a sign of how well an event has gone. It took me a while to learn that one.
So what we find a lot travelling as well as here a lot of times is that we have great discussions with people all the time, and in the moment people feel they get things to a degree, but when we leave, obviously there's a lot of things that go on after we've left. So like after we left the last time, for every event, pretty much everybody at every event got attacked by spirits. And so, and many before they even came, actually, many decided not to come because of that.
Or some during.
Some during.
Yeah.
But afterwards it was even worse because we left and there's no one to correct an idea. And unless the person has the desire to seek God and God's truth and everything, of course, the benefit of us being there is not very strong then. So a lot of it is about sort of people coming to terms, and this is probably what we're going to make this theme of our next trip actually, is coming to terms with some fundamental things about the prayer, you know, the prayer that I gave to Paget, and the different aspects of that prayer that are interfering, that are not properly engaged when people are praying. And how that affects their lives in different facets of their life. So that's sort of the general things that we want to discuss with people. Like, firstly, prayer itself, like what is it and what to do with prayer, but also why we incorporated certain truths in the prayer, you know, and what that means for them in practice. Like, what does that look like when that happens to them? So an example of that is like in the prayer we mentioned the spirit influence, right, around people. And what does that look like in practice after we've left an event? Like how do you feel the days after being present at an event? Like most people feel attacked and put down, and they feel quite shut down and all sorts of things, and they don't realise that there's a linkage between that and the fact that they don't really understand that part of the prayer. And then there's another aspect of the prayer is about the allurements and the, you know, desires of the world influencing you. And many people come to an event, and in the moment, you know, at an event you're there for 3 days, you're focused on spiritual things for 3 days. That's a very unique experience in a way, because your whole life can be ignored for 3 days. And you're just focused on hearing some truths for 3 days. You follow me? But what does that look like when you go home? How do the allurements of the world and your addictions, in other words, interfere now with you hearing more truth and seeking more truth from God and things like that? So these are things we want to discuss in more sort of detail so people can understand the effects of these things in their day-to-day life after we've gone, not while we're there. Does that make sense, Jen? So it's really important for people to sort of, many of you start to grasp that now, don't you? Like when you know we're not going to interfere with your day-to-day life, we're not going to like give you feedback every day, we're not going to do, these are things that you need to learn to do for yourself, between yourself and God, right? And once you've got to sort of learn how to do all of that as a part of the process of your growth. rather than being so dependent and reliant on somebody else being there to do that for you. Yeah. And these are kind of things we want to discuss in this trip coming up. And hopefully, by discussing them, the next trips will be more, people won't get so down in between the trips. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I remember what it was like when I first came to see you at that very first talk.
Yep.
My anticipation and naivety, I guess,
Yep.
of the whole process.
Yeah.
And what's prompting my questions is the privilege that us as Australians have had to have your time and lots of face-to-face.
Yeah.
It's a generous thing, and it comes from a place in me of, well, I'm at home, you're travelling overseas, new people are coming,
Yeah.
they're somewhat naive to the whole experience.
Correct.
Of experiencing both of you.
And also experience what happens after we leave.
And then in the interim, till they might not know that they're going to get to see you again,
Yeah.
how can they handle their lives?
Yeah.
My question is about, I felt that privilege, the gift that's been given. What can my attitude be? Is it a projection? Is it a prayer?
No.
Is it a desire?
Then the biggest thing you can do is really capitalise on the privilege that you've been given. So work upon your own condition, and that is the biggest thing that's going to help everybody here and abroad. And that will also purify your desires for the people abroad as well. Because until you capitalise on the truth, capitalise, is that a funny word to use? I don't know. But you know what I mean by that. You take up the gift you've been given and run with it, move forward with it.
In a more proactive manner than you have been.
Yeah. That will really help people. Yeah.
But there's also practical things, like we're giving away pageant messages while we're there. Obviously, we've got to buy them, and obviously that costs money. And so money can help us as well, because we can then say to people, well, we are coming back next year and things like that. But it's more to do with the feelings you make changes with. Many people in Australia have heard the truth. Many tens of thousands have heard the truth. Very few, probably you can count them on one hand that actually even partially understand what they've heard really at this stage. And so the key is, bearing that in mind, obviously what I'm saying is the majority of you here don't really understand what you've heard so far and how important it's going to be for the rest of your life yet. So what can you do to get that understanding? These things are some of the things that obviously that Sonya mentioned that we also need to do to get more of a passion for it, So my feelings are, develop a stronger passion for God, develop a stronger passion for truth, and also don't care so much about how you feel about it. Just feel about it. But don't care so much about how you feel about it. Do you know what I mean?
This is my feeling.
No,
not that. Just I had a feeling about that, and I kept moving forward.
It was so bad, I spent weeks crying.
Or I'm going to have to spend weeks crying. Or I cried a bit, and it was so much.
Who cares? As long as you have the net effect of growth, isn't that worth it? Surely. And if you're growing in love, which should be our highest ideal, shouldn't it, to grow in love. If we grow in love, then obviously it doesn't matter if it's taken me 5 days of crying to grow a little bit in love. That doesn't matter. So what? 5 days of crying is nothing if you get the reward of growing a little bit in love from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And if you're truly motivated to want the best for others, then that is the best gift you can give them, because there's so much capacity then for you to support in a non-addictive way, but to support that same growth in others. Yeah. But until you do those things within yourself, you just physically, emotionally, spiritually cannot help someone else. You might physically help, maybe, like you said, with a donation of money. But that is very
But that's a physical help, and that's not the real help.
No, that's not a...
Because what we really need is we need 100 people, like as a minimum, to help the hundreds of people who are going to be listening.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And at the moment we've got, maybe 5 people who are in the position where they could help. Do you know what I mean? Like, have the desire to, as well as have the condition to. Now, if we had 100, like if everybody here was in the position where they could help, you imagine we could meet a group of 50 people, and those 50 people already have 50 helpers.
Mm-hmm. And you could, we have the desire, the vision that, people come and do a God's Way event with the group before we arrive, and then we have the event, and then you might even do one after we go, but it gives people sort of a practical experience, and then things they can reflect on and learn about, and then another practical experience. That's a very physical example, but if you can't do those things unless you've made those changes.
So many of you have come, many who have come here find that they've listened for years, and yet within a few days they're so upset and like challenged and stressed out, and like just from a few days of doing some stuff with God's Way and having some things reflected to them, and even just challenged sometimes staying with the people who do things with God's Way and then having that reflected. Do you know what I mean? And can you see that if there was more alignment with God's Way here, any person who comes would have that experience, and then they'd realise, oh wow, I didn't realise, but my sin's a lot bigger than I thought it was.
Or my sin's different to what I thought it was. And
also now, they're also now seeing the relationship between theory, which is what really Mary and I are presenting, and practice, which is what is going to happen in your day-to-day life, right? Because Mary and I can't spend all the moments of our day with each person, obviously we're not going to be able to provide that experience. But if each of you are in a stage where you're developing and growing, now just by association with you are providing that experience to another person who comes and visits and so forth.
Yeah, and coming and being very challenged is a good experience. It's an experience.
Even though you don't think it is at the time.
At the time going through it, you're not going to think it's a good experience. But if you come and you're not challenged, well then you're obviously around people who agree with your condition. The benefit of God's Way, or the potential, the future potential of God's Way, is that people can come and be challenged in a very loving environment, so that they have the space to feel what they need to feel. And even if they go away, they still have had that experience of the challenge to their sin. Yeah.
And that requires people who have developed, who have soul development. And without the soul development, there's little that can be done aside from Mary and I just going around sharing with people and hoping that some of those people develop first. Does that make sense? Each person, on the average, you think about how many people you could personally help in a year. It's not a lot if you're going to help them properly, is it? Like, you'd be, if you had 10 people you were helping, it would take a lot of your time.
It would take a lot of your time.
It would take a lot of your time and effort with just 10 people. And imagine if we want Divine Truth to grow, we need to, for the people who hear it and then have a desire to do it, they're going to need some help. And so we need more helpers. And that's why I said in the first century, the harvest is great, but the workers are few, right? And it's difficult when the workers are few, because the very few workers you have are doing lots and lots of things trying to help, but not many people around them understand that they're even being helped under those circumstances. My feeling is the best way to help is to develop to the point where you're in a position to be able to help somebody else yourself. And once you're in that position, then you'll know it and they'll know it, but also, most people around you will know it, not from an arrogant place, but just from you'll know the changes. You'll be very close to, or if not already, making this switch that we talked about, into your design as well, by the time you get to that place, you're in a position now to help others. And if you can help others, you imagine every person who comes along has a helper. You imagine if when you came along you had a helper. Right, other than myself, like you had a helper who had already been through the experiences that you would need to go through. It's one thing to hear some truths from a person, such as myself. Another is quite another to actually have somebody helping you do it, right? And but the nature of being the first is that it's very hard for us to provide help to a lot of people, you know, because you're meeting thousands of people and you can't always help those thousands of people. And also in the beginning, most people are sort of testing it out, not, you know what I mean? They're not, they don't realise the import of it. And so it's just like, just another event to go to see and to see what's up, you know, what's happening.
Just like you were when you first went.
Yeah, you know how,
just like,
you know, when your brother had had me come along to his shed, you know, that's an event. Let's go along and see this guy who reckons he's Jesus. What does he talk about? That kind of thing. Can you see? It's sort of like a lot of people there. If you think of all the people that came to there, like there must have been thousands, because we held one every 2 days every 2 weeks for a year.
But when he introduced or invited me to come, he said, this guy says he's Jesus, why don't you come along and just see what he has to say?
Yeah.
And so I came along.
Not knowing what I would even say, right?
No, but I came along with this feeling in my heart, and I know it's a privilege now, that you could have been the real deal, you know?
Yeah, but if you think about it, Jen, even though that is the case, you haven't done a lot with it.
Yes.
And so, you think no, I'm not criticising you, I'm just saying.
You're literally putting up your hand to say stop.
No, so you're saying stop now, but you started this. What I'm saying is, a lot of people come along with the same thing, and a lot of people also go away feeling, maybe there's something to it. And a lot of people do listen for a long time, but they've got no helpers. And there's all sorts of things that are going to interfere with them now, and without them even being aware. Like you said, you were sort of clueless at the beginning, right? You were unaware of what was going to be said and what it's going to mean for your life, and
or how it might have been confrontational.
Yes.
When you directed real
truths to you directly,
or the questions that I might have asked, which had a preconceived idea or were cemented in an injured-based thing.
Correct. Now, the average person feels the same way. The average person feels, I got no idea what's going on now. Like, he's saying all these things. I don't agree with those things now. You know, he was kind to me before, but now he's saying all these nasty things to me. What's going on? That kind of thing. And not having had anybody to talk to who's already gone through that and come out the other side, it makes it a lot harder, doesn't it? Like, you can see that, right?
Absolutely.
But if you've had that experience and you've gone through that experience and you've come out the other end of that experience, a better version of yourself, and you feel really good about that experience afterwards, now you can go, I know what you're experiencing. I've been there. Like, I can help this person to work their way through this if they want that help, you know. And this is the kind of thing we really need, because a video is not going to help you, a recording is not going to help you. What will help you is a person. You think of the times with me helped the most is when Mary and I have had direct contact with you, a person, not watching a video, not listening to a recording. Listening to a recording and watching a video can help you with some, to remind you of some experiences, so it's good for that purpose. And it can also help you to remember the points raised, or remember that you didn't remember the points raised.
Was I even there?
Was he even there? That kind of thing. But it doesn't help you feel love. It doesn't help you understand what you're going to need for growth. It doesn't help you confront your own feelings or emotions or your own state of condition. Any of those things, a person needs to do that. And this is why in the spirit world, there's a person who desires to help to grow God's way is assigned a helper for that purpose. And the helpers may change over time given what you need to work on. You know, like one day you might need to work on your relationship with men, and then you work through that for a while, and then you get through a lot of that, and then you realise, my mum's got a lot of stuff here that I need to work on with her. And so then another helper comes. And unless there's helpers who are skilled in the sense of they've done these things and gone through that sort of emotional transition, unless there's those helpers hearing divine truth, and then you're just sort of left with it by yourself, and you're not yet really understanding how to connect to God. It's a rare person. There are some we've met who are like
making their way
with God.
Out in the wilderness, if you like.
Yeah, out in the wilderness, you could say, but not from God's perspective, because they've got God, right, and they've got spirit friends helping them. But there are some who can do that, but the average person has far more addictions than that don't allow them to do that, you know. And so they need assistance, and the only way they're really going to get that assistance is from other people who have experienced similar things. Yeah. And gone through them and come out the other end. Yeah. And that's what I'll encourage all of you to do. Yeah.
Time well spent, like Sonya said.
Yeah. Yeah. And one of the reasons why God's way hasn't grown much on earth at this point for the last 15 years is to do with the fact that very few people have the courage to make the personal changes and then also put themselves in a position where they're able to and desire to help others. Yeah. Having the courage to make personal changes, as many of you now know, is pretty tricky, right? Yeah. You know, when you first heard divine truth, you probably didn't think it was going to be that hard, right? I remember many of you making comments of, it's really funny, that's so good. Yeah.
And almost 20 years later...
Sorry, if you grab the mic. Is it 20 years or is it? It's not quite 20, is it?
Peter Heidlund, so it was 2008 when I first went.
Yeah, so it's 16 years, but it's a very while.
Yeah. But I haven't changed much.
No, we see, this is a part of the learning too, isn't it? How much does your personal resistance, like this whole thing of wanting to be our own sort of God with our own...
I get to say
when, and I get to say where, and I get to say how, and I get to say with whom, and I get to say everything, you know, that kind of thing. And how much anger there is and all that, you know. The average person doesn't even know that when they come to a talk. But they have it. All of that. They have all of that. You've had that experience for some time, so you now know what it feels like, right? So if you got beyond it, can you see any person with this big feelings that you've had, you'd be able to go, I know exactly what they're going through. You know, I can step in there and help them out a bit if they want some help, you know. And that can be very beneficial to people. See, I don't have that level of resistance that you have. I can't help them very much. I'm going, what's wrong with you?
That's where I come in. That's why, Nikki, bless you. You can't hear me because I'm a woman, but man, I know what you're saying. I try to reach you all the time. And you're like, Jesus, yeah.
Well, I can't help you much, man. It's like, you know, like, Mary knows more about what you feel than I do. And if you can't listen to a woman, well, that's pretty bad because at the end of the day, you're not going to learn much. But it's sort of like, there are some things that I can help you with and there's other things I can't, you know. And what it needs, and this is what, you know, you find in the spirit world too, is the people who have had these experiences come to you and you go, I know exactly what you've gone through. I've gone through exactly the same things. I know exactly how you're going to get over this because I know what I had to do to get over that.
Yeah.
See, all I can do, all I've done really is observe a lot of people get over things and I'm just relating that to you. But I haven't, you know, in this life I've been through a lot of different experiences now. But in my first century life, I didn't have any of those experiences. It required the other people around me, really, in a lot of ways, to get to want to share God's truth and go and help people go through their experiences.
And you will learn this in your future, Ivana. Like, when you're in the fight, and I'm not totally through my fight, obviously I haven't fully surrendered yet, but when you're in your fight, you don't see how much you getting through the fight is actually going to help you to help other people, because once you're through it, or even working through it, you're like, oh, look, I know exactly what you're thinking right now. I know exactly your justifications. I know, and I really know, because I've done it and I've been there. And that will become your power to help people, should you choose that in the future. But when you're going through the fight, it feels horrible. And that's something that you come to learn. Oh yeah, fighting feels horrible. It's a waste of time.
Which is an important thing for people to learn.
And you'll be able to have compassion for them, as well as be really firm for the fact that it's a waste of their time. Yeah.
I had for 3 weeks, just sort of recently, I was really sick, and prior to that, I was just working a lot and like hating my life and like sort of pretty much hating my job, just everything.
Yeah.
But being so sick, I had to lay on the couch for like 3 weeks, pretty much, because I couldn't really do anything, and it made me reflect a lot on my life and like how it just felt so shit with the direction that I was going in. And it's been really great having like Rani and Helena living near them and regularly chatting with them. It's been really nice. And I always feel like, because I see Rani, she just cleaning for me, and she's been doing that for like 2 years now almost. And I feel like we've grown to become friends before that. We were pretty angry, I feel, towards each other. And I almost feel like Rani's kind of like my helper in a way. Because obviously she's coming along and, you know, volunteering with God's way, and I feel like she knows a lot more about the practical side of like God's way.
And has had the personal experience of her own resistance and her own fears and things that she can relate with you about. And this is the beauty of having people around you who have gone through experiences, right? That are sort of coming out the other end of different experiences, is that they now have a great capacity to help a person, but also a lot of you don't realise how similar you are. Like, you know, oftentimes you're not friends, but we think, well, why aren't you friends? Do you know what I mean?
And once you get over your stuff, you'll be like, oh yeah, we were so alike.
We were so alike. And so, you get to also have deeper experiences with people this way, right? This is the thing that causes proper change. So while we see recordings and videos as sort of like a mechanical thing that can be done to potentially help, we don't sort of see it as the way that people are actually going to be helped. You follow? The way people are going to be helped is by, you know, for us helping a group of you, and then a group of you being in the condition and where you've gone through things, where you're now prepared and wanting to help others. And that's how things grew in the first century, exactly that way. And that's how things grow in the spirit world, exactly that way. And even in modern society, that's how things are going to grow. Because you think about the impersonality, the impersonal thing of tech. It's so impersonal. It's so, you know, you can watch something on telly and it affect you barely anyway at all. You know, even if it is really bad. Like, you know, I just remembered the other day, reminded me of that bomb blast in Beirut. Remember that? Not a bomb, but the whole fertiliser wharf that went up, you know, and the effect that had on thousands of people. And you can watch that and have hardly any...
While you eat dinner.
You know, hardly any response. But if you were there, talking to the people, feeling their feelings about what happened and how scared they were, and can you see the feeling in you would be very, very different. It's the same with the wars going on around us now. the different conflicts in different countries, in different internal conflicts. When you're there, you feel things more, you know, and also you're able, if you have God's way in you, you can also reflect to people, this is how you deal with that, you know, as well. So this is how you help people. And it's not going to ever change. Like, no matter how much tech there is. You know, there's all these people who think AI is the solution. Are like, no, God's truth is going to be a one-on-one personal help thing. And you will... the reason why it works so well, doing this one-on-one personal help thing, is because you feel the love for you in it. Whereas you can't feel love from a TV screen, and you can't feel love from an audio. You know, you can only feel it from being there and being in situation with a person, right? And this is why it's so necessary to have a group of people who want to do that. Yeah. And you're experiencing some of the benefits of that, which is great. You'll get to a stage where you want to help others feel that experience. Yeah. And because after a while you're warm to it yourself so much.
Well, I almost feel like Rani's the first sort of friend that has been consistent in my life, like being very consistent with me. Like, she'll be truthful and honest with me, she'll raise issues with me, but she does it in a kind way.
And she still likes you while she's doing it. Yeah.
And because she comes once a month, it's like, well, I often see her more than once a month, but it's like
regular.
Regular
it's
visits.
been really helpful.
Yeah. And this is what people need. You understand? It's like, you know, coming along to hear Mary and I talk, while it may have some effect on you in that moment, what you're going to need is some regular contact. And this is why God's way is so good, because you get this regular contact with a group of people, right? And it's the regular stuff that's going to challenge you initially, but after a while you go, I love this, right? Because I'm growing and changing, and I can feel the warmth and camaraderie between people who are growing and changing, and you start to feel the environment is improving, your own environment. And then when you start making personal changes in your own life, you realise now I've got the power to change my own environment as well. So these all have a marked benefit on people, right? And that's what we're trying, that's what we want to do.
And that's why, actually, that's why, part of the reason why we want, or the main reason we want to go overseas more regularly. It's not as regular as every week, but even just once a year, it helps people a lot more than once every 5 years or
And when you compare that with just watching a video, it's like night and day, you know, different. And then if you could add to that a group of people following behind us or in front of us and behind us, who are like, you know, having some like days like you guys have like this morning, and doing things in a practical environment where love is being, you know, upheld and truth is being upheld. Imagine that then becomes a momentum in itself in that location as well. And this is what we would like to see happen. And this is why for many, many years we've been so set on having a God's Way organisation, and why Mary and I have invested so much time and energy making it happen. You know?
And things are often slow to start, aren't they? But once they get going, you see the momentum build because people get to experience things, and then they feel enthusiastic for it. I was just thinking though, when we were talking about that, about the principle of consistency, because it's funny, isn't it? Like when we want to learn a new skill, or like we
play a guitar or something,
learn a new maths style, or you know, set of equations, we understand we have to put in some consistent effort to learn and grow into that skill. But with spirituality, there's often this expectation that it's just going to happen magically. And that would be going against God's laws in every other way. It would be saying, like, all laws apply to every other step for your spiritual progression, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, I know some spirits talk to me and say, it feels magical once you get that, you just feel emotions. That feels like so much quicker. but it still requires consistency in that, and a consistent desire to grow and change,
and to seek help from outside of yourself.
Yes, to be willing to let go of your old ideas and beliefs in favour of truthful, loving beliefs. So, and that doesn't happen in one event or 1 year.
Yeah, and it was never going to. It's never going to. Never will. This is part of how God's laws work. To grow true desire in the individual must be developed by the individual. So what you've found over years is some things have knocked you about, and that's helped you in a way to go, maybe I need to stop doing what I'm doing and change some things I'm doing. And it's the same principle for everybody. Everybody generally gets to a stage where their life knocked them about a bit, and things have been pretty hard, and then they get to a stage where there's all this truth and love available. I just need to know how to do it and how to access it and start to do that. And then when you've got helpers at that moment who can begin helping you, that then helps you grow from that point. Yeah. So that's what we're hoping will occur, and we sort of see, like, our goal isn't to share truth with millions of people. Our goal is to share truth with you so you can share truth with millions of people. So
are you saying it's a pyramid scheme?
Yeah. Without any monetary benefit.
Now I want to kick back on the chain.
So, you can see the more helpers there are, the stronger the ability for the individual to be assisted. Yep. And
sorry, darling. Skip the wind out of you.
It's good though. The problem that many of us face with spirituality is we believe that there's sort of like a magical solution, and a lot of people in the world sort of believe that too. They believe, I'm looking for something now. I need a magical solution in my life right now to get me out of my problem I'm in right now. And many people who listen to Divine Truth for the first time have come only for that purpose. And then to be told, no, there's going to be this process you need to go through. A lot of people are not that happy about that, And of course, there's going to be, for that reason, a lot of people criticising it for some time to come as well, because they don't understand yet that we're not starting a new religion. What we're starting is a way of life, which is a lot more involved than starting a new religion. Yeah. You know that, right? Those of you who are trying to do it. Yeah. So that's been our goal, and a lot of what we've done for 5 or 6 years with God's Way has been a part of establishing some groundwork, some foundations. It's interesting when you build a house, because there's a lot of work that has to happen before you see the house.
I've just started studying residential drafting. Learning how to analyse plans now. We've almost finished the first couple of units.
Yeah.
And then, I didn't realise before starting this course what is involved in designing a house, and how much the building designers are actually responsible for so much of the process. Correct. And even after the house is built, you're responsible, you have a duty of care right up until the demolition of the house.
Correct. Now by law that's the case in Australia, And so, most people don't realise that you're going to have good foundations before something can be built. And a lot of people, I think, in the past, with the last 15 years have been hearing God's truth, haven't understood that. We're just still at the foundation level, really, where we haven't yet finished building the good foundation. Yeah. So you can't expect to see a big building, a big amount of people interested unless the foundation is present. And a part of that foundation is the people. To share truth with the world, you need a group of people who are able to do the one-on-one. And so a lot of the work we've been doing is trying to build a foundation where you're the foundation, part of the foundation. Yep. And in the Bible, I'm referred to as the cornerstone for that reason, because it was the beginning of the foundation. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. So that's what we want to do: build a foundation where things can then grow on. Where we end up seeing a building in the end. Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah. So that's our Mary and my goal, to do that now. We feel God's way here with the guys that, is now a strong enough foundation to survive us going away for months at a time, and we come back and everything isn't a mess, because if we left a few years ago, that would have been the case. But now we feel that we can leave for 4 months or 5 months and come back and everything's still functioning, and people are still being loving to others and caring for others and things like that. And so what we need now is a number of the same things in different countries, where there's a bit of a foundation in each country rather than just here. Yeah. And hopefully over the coming 5 to 10 years that can be achieved, and then once there's a foundation in each country, then that can be built upon, because people will be attracted to that foundation then. Yeah. So it's a slow process. I don't know how fast it's going to go myself, because that's a lot about people's will, isn't it? And how much you can be resistive with your will, right? Most of you have exercised that part of your will quite strongly at different times, so you're familiar with that. So, and we don't want to overcome people's will, but we would like to see people change their will. Yeah. And that requires helpers to help. Yeah.
Help willing people.
But it's good you said those things.
I don't feel like I really said much.
Well, no, you acknowledge that there's a number of things, isn't there? There's firstly, you were in a place of resistance for a long time, and that you got a result from that resistance, which was painful. You also knew that you had somebody around you who you could start talking to, which was wonderful, and develop eventually a friendship with. And you think how good friends Sage and Sonya must be.
I actually feel like I need to go back and listen to
it was. So Sage last 2 weeks ago came and talked to us, and but Sage was the first person to help Sonya.
Yeah.
So you imagine what kind of bond that creates by being the first person. Is that someone she's always going to remember for the rest of her life, So as you begin to appreciate a person that first introduced you to truth, you'll feel a very strong bond to them, and you'll feel like you'll know them the rest of your life, you will. And that's a really lovely thing, about growth and truth. So I think there's that, and then there's also the fact that you could rely on somebody now to tell you truth, even though you disagree at times. That's a good thing too, isn't it? And also, can you see, Rani has to have the courage to disagree, because sometimes you're pretty strong-willed, right? And so she has to have the courage to disagree as well. So, and to speak up still, and to do all of that. And this is what's going to be required of people who want to help others. You're going to have to be solid enough in yourself to know, in a humble, solid place, that no, that's not true, this is more true.
Another good thing in your reflection, Ivana, is that your definition of what's helpful has changed.
Yeah.
If you think about yourself 16 years ago, what you would have thought would be helpful when you were sick and feeling unhappy in your life is someone to sort of comfort you, nurse you, tell you it's all going to be okay. And now your definition of someone who's helpful is someone saying, well, Ivana, that's because you're not dealing with certain things. And
Roddy says that a lot. I just didn't feel that emotion or whatever.
Yeah. And
but you now see that
you
as
now
help.
see that as help, right?
Well, that's how you told us it was. You told us it was helpful. In the moment, you don't necessarily.
Maybe not at the moment, but certainly afterwards, right?
Yeah.
And so even you can see your own attitude is changing from that.
Yeah, well, I've had a list of questions that I wanted to ask you guys today.
Yeah.
And one of them was going to be about actually how to change such a terrible attitude. I know.
Well, you've had an experience of that now. It's been long, hasn't it?
Well, I feel like I'm sort of very slightly changing my attitude, but probably not very much. But it's definitely been very helpful comparing my terrible attitude to Rani's attitude.
Yeah. That is also helpful, isn't it? Because if you're self-reflective, you see what one person's doing, you see what the other person's doing, and you see what you're doing, and you go, wow, I'm not doing that. And this causes you to feel attracted to what they're doing.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of benefits from these things. And it would be a good discussion we need to have at some point in the future about changing attitude.
How to change a bad attitude.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking, because I remember Archie years ago, he had a bad attitude living outside, I think, so I was thinking
That's right,
ask him.
He's a good brother to ask.
Mum asked him to live outside for nearly a year because of his bad attitude about living inside.
Now he's got a good attitude. Yeah.
So, obviously there's things that if you're a parent you can do to help your children develop better attitudes, but when it comes to when you're an adult and you no longer want to be parented, how do you develop your own attitude is probably a stronger important question to answer, isn't it? Because that often takes a lot of self-reflection, but most people don't even know how to self-reflect.
Be self-aware.
Or be self-aware.
Yeah.
So, these are things that need to be taught, but they need to be taught on a one-to-one basis. Because a person who just sees you 3 days a year or 3 days a month or 3 days every fortnight is hardly going to be probably able to help. 3 days a fortnight maybe help.
Yeah, I think that helps.
And this is why many of you need to take more opportunity to spend more time with people who are, who are listening and sincere. But, if it's only 3 days a year, which is really what, unfortunately, is our capacity at the moment to offer people overseas, can you see it's going to need others to help? Yeah. So.
I just want to say thanks for having so much love for everyone.
You don't have to thank me for that. It's a pleasure.
I just, I guess, I feel like maybe I feel a little bit differently now, but I do know, like, over the years I've just been so cold towards people, so it's like I haven't related to how anyone would want to have love for other people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like maybe I'm starting to appreciate it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's like what Sonya was saying about when she entered that first home of hers. She'd go down the street and meet people, but they all felt the same as she did, that you give things to people, but you don't receive anything. And so nobody really understood how it felt to be loved in her environment, in that place. And this is how it is for many of us too, we don't understand that the person who loves you is going to be direct and straight with you, going to be honest with you, not going to, sort of talking sweet nothings to you and all those kind of things. But they're going to be consistent, they're going to be straightforward and honest with you.
And not judgmental.
Over years of time, not just over weeks or months.
They won't be like, oh, now I'm annoyed, and so, what is it? You're ghosted, or whatever the thing is, I don't know how it works.
What do they have now? There's sort of social ghosting on social platforms, like, oh, that person's doing a bad thing, let's all get on them.
Oh, no, that's cancelling.
Oh, that's cancelling. Wrong terminology.
Like ghosting,
It's like someone just withdraws from you. Without explanation.
So there's counselling. Okay, I got it now.
Yeah. And then
there's counselling and there's ghosting.
Which is an insult to ghosts, really. They're friendly.
They're friendly ones at least. Yeah, and so, all these things are done on earth because fundamentally people don't know how to love, right? but when you know how to love, you want to help people. You also don't want to, tell them sweet nothings and tell them crap that is not going to help their life. You want to talk about things that are impactful, but you also want to do it in a manner where they get upset with you. Well, that doesn't matter. When you stop being upset with me, I'll talk to you again. Do you know what I mean? That you're not going to get all bitter and twisted about somebody getting upset with you and things like that. You sort of realise after a while that people have got their feelings, and some people get upset and a day later they're good. Some people get upset and then 25 years later they're still upset. And unfortunately, of course, because then they can't progress any more beyond that. But, you're not invested in the outcome either, in one way or the other. When you love people, you just love them. And if they don't want to spend any more time with you, you go, well, okay. And there's lots of people who've written me break-up letters, and I go, no worries. Yeah, you're allowed to break up with me anytime you want. It doesn't mean that I don't feel for you still. Yeah. What it does mean is that you obviously have bad feelings about me, which you at some point are going to have to address, and particularly if they're bad feelings about me, considering that actually I'm the person who's leading the delivery of truth, not just on earth. So it's going to be pretty tricky if you have some bad feelings about me at some point, and that's going to have to be addressed at some point. But I also feel that if you have bad feelings about whoever, as I said in the first century, well, how you treat what you consider to be the least of my brothers is how I feel you treat me anyway. So, so you sort of are not going to, this is why Mary and I, when we see each of you treating each other badly, we have something to say about it, because we just feel like, well, no, that's not right, You can't expect to have a good relationship with God or us if you're treating people we love badly. And when I say people we love, that's a fairly large stroke. So it's pretty much anybody on earth and in the spirit world, right? And so, these things you feel after a while, and when you're in the experience of feeling them, then you can appreciate them. Yeah. And, for some people it's taken me years and years and years and years of loving them without saying anything to them other than just how are you, whatever, and just give them the time of day, but not even talking about God's truth. Often, many times, it's taken years and years and years of that before they realise that I do actually love them. Yeah. Yeah. Which is sad, isn't it? It just shows you how blocked we are on earth to love, and in the lower realms of the spirit world too, actually. Yeah, lots of blockages to love. So that's what we're looking forward to happening anyway. We'll see how long it takes. God's got forever.
I don't know how long our flesh suits have got, but no.
We've got an opportunity while we're here. We're in an experiment, Mary and I, and all the 14 are in an experiment, which we don't know the outcome of. A lot of people think we would know, but we don't, because free will is what governs everything that happens. So we don't know how the world collectively is going to use its will, or you individually are going to use yours. Yeah. Although generally that does become plain over time. Yeah. But I've seen people whole life on earth resist truth, and then, within 5 years in the spirit world, accept it. I've seen people on earth their whole life thinking they've accepted it on earth, only to find themselves in the hells of the spirit world for 50 years, not accepting it. So the key question for ourselves is, what is my true position in that regard? And this discussion we had today hopefully will help you a bit, because if you can just honour your design, how you've been designed by God to work, you know, how your soul functions. If you could just honour it more, you'll feel more open immediately. By just honouring it more, you'll feel more open to feeling your emotions. You know, if you think about it, if every moment you have a feeling, you go, this is a good thing for me to have. You know, this is, by me honouring, by my even seeing that I have a feeling, I'm improving in my ability to accept the way God designed me to function. If you could have that, you know that you're going to make some improvement. Yeah. So that's what we'd encourage you guys to do. Yeah.
Look forward to seeing you all when we get back.
Yeah.
The changes.
Yeah. There's plenty of external tasks to help you, trigger you in some way or another, to while we're away, that can help you, you know, feel about some of these things while you're doing the work together. You know? So that good company is always going to help you out, you know. So we'd encourage you to take that up while we're away. Last time we went away, very few of you took that up. Right? There's very few people who regularly engage the process. And so that tells us that you're still very reliant on Mary and I being present and encouraging you. We would encourage you not to do that. We'd encourage you to, you know, be more involved with having the daily or weekly at least confrontation of yourself that other people can help provide for you. Yeah. And if you do that, then growth will happen. But if you choose to just, you know, stay away and then just come to an event like this and then stay away and then come to an event like this, progress is going to be very slow, if at all. Because it's not until you're sort of in this sort of daily grind of it that you make true progress, you know. Anyway, it must be getting darkish outside now, is it?